நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் மதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரிதனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே. வந்தே மாதரம் வந்தே மாதரம் சுஜலாம் சுஃபலாம் மலயஜ சீதலா சஸ்யശ്യാമலாம் மாதரம் வந்தே மாதரம். शुभ्रज्योत्स्नां पुलकितयामिनीं फुल्लकुसुमितद्रुमदलशोभिनीं सुहासिनीं सुमधुरभाषिणीं सुखदां वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरं वन्दे मातरं.
Thank you. May I request you all be seated. Good morning and once again a very warm welcome to the 4th edition of this symposium. We normally hold it in the month of January and really welcome all the participants for the day's proceedings. We have a fairly packed agenda with very illustrious speakers lined up for the day's program. Sit back, relax, enjoy. Feel free to interact and engage during the sessions of the day. We also have an exhibition of startups. The startups teams just gone through GDC program in the past 5 to 6 years time. Many of them have built their own solution, have taken their product to the market. They have readily agreed to display their product ideas in the exhibition. We'll have a formal inauguration of the exhibition taking place at about 10:50, and there'll be about an hour time for the delegates to go around the exhibits and of course during the lunchtime and the evening interact with all the startups. So to start the day's proceedings, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Subramanian. People call me Subbu. I handle the marketing and outreach initiatives of GDC, and I'm an alumnus from this institute. And I would like to start the day's proceedings with a welcome address by Professor Krishnan Balasubramaniam. Professor Krishnan is the Institute Chair Professor and Professor in charge of Gopalakrishnan Deshpande Center for Innovation. I would like to call him on the stage to welcome the audience. Over to you, Krishnan.
Very good morning to all of you, and first and foremost, welcome to IIT Madras. I'm sure getting here was not easy because every day morning we face significant traffic outside, and I know that there are still some people stuck in traffic, and so I must say that you have braved your way here. Welcome to the 4th annual GDC Symposium. As you know, GDC is completed 5 years of its service to the nation in building the ecosystem of what we call as lab to market. I think you're going to hear a lot about what we do over the entire day. First of all, I would like to welcome Professor Mahesh, who is a significant force behind the GDC being formed at IIT Madras. I remember that Desh met our director, Bhaskar Ramurthy, ex-director Bhaskar Ramurthy, about six and a half years ago. And he's, from what I understand, he said, can we challenge IIT Madras to do a program that is done at national level in the US. And this program is called as ICOR program, and primarily fostered by National Science Foundation. But Desh had a significant role. Desh and Subra Suresh, who was an alum of IIT Madras, had a great role in making it happen in the US. And the question was, can IIT Madras take it up? And I think I must say that when I was asked to lead the effort 5 years ago, and I said, are you sure? Am I the right person, or is IIT the right place? And I think the 5 years of journey has really proven that we are capable of making a transformation. You will see that, you will hear that. So first of all, thank you to Guru Raj Deshpande, or Desh as we call him fondly. And he has not just transformed the mindset of young minds, but he has had a transformational effect in several academia across US, across Canada, and today across India. I think if you ever go and visit several of his Deshpande Foundation programs in Hubballi or in Telangana, I think it just will not be an exposure, but it will be a transformative exposure for any one of you. I absolutely recommend that you make this visit and spend at least a couple of days there. The other key person who has been a force behind GDC is Chris Gopalakrishnan. He's joining us remotely. He's in UK today, so he couldn't join it. He's never missed any of our symposium, but I think the travel plans couldn't be changed. So I must say that Chris has been, again, a significant inspiration for GDC to do what's done over the last 5 years. And so welcome again to Chris remotely. And finally, I would like to welcome, although he's not here yet, the keynote speaker for today, Professor Abhay Karandikar, who is a DSC secretary. He's on his way, he's in flight, so he should reach us. We just checked the flights on time, and hopefully by that time the traffic will get a little easier. So he should be here by 11:30 and join us. Of course, I would like to also invite some of the very important speakers and panelists today. Taslim Arif Syed from CCAMP, Professor Sudhir Varadarajan from IITDM, and of course my very close friend PV Masudan Rao from IIT Delhi. I think they are going to sort of light the fire this afternoon here. We definitely want to welcome each one of you. I know that taking one day off from your busy schedule is not easy. So thank you again for being a part of GDC. We have, I think, close to 300 plus registered participants for this one-day workshop or symposium. And a lot of them are joining remotely. It's been streamed live. So again, welcome to every one of you who has taken the time to participate remotely. And thank you all for being here, and again, we hope to have a great day ahead. Most importantly, we have about a very select 12 companies that are alumni of GDC who are exhibiting outside. Your encouragement to them is going to be very critical. So we're going to have the inauguration in about a few minutes from now of that, and please do take time to visit them. We have a special time in the afternoon to do that, but you don't have to wait till then. Please do visit them. Absolutely, you'll be amazed at what they have been able to accomplish. And GDC has played a small role in making it happen. So with that, I will stop here, and absolutely be delighted to meet with you all during breaks, and to participate actively in today's discussions. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Krishan, for your welcome address. The theme of today's symposium is igniting the entrepreneurial spirit in the academic institutions. And IIT Madras has had a illustrious past 2 decades also in the area of entrepreneurship and innovation, and probably setting the standards for the rest of the institutions in the country to follow suit. And we have with us Professor Mahesh Panchagnola, a good friend, alumnus of IIT Madras, and a master's and PhD graduate from Purdue University, professor in applied mechanics department in IIT Madras, and has been a faculty here for more than a decade, 2 decades here. And he's got an illustrious publishing record as well, with close to about 60 publications in his career so far. And in the past 5 to 6 years, Mahesh has taken a lot more active role in the alumni and corporate engagement vertical of IIT Madras, spearheading the relationship building with alumni and corporates, and then raising serious amount of money for the institution. I think setting records, and the benchmarks are so high, others are trying to catch up with IIT Madras in this area really. And I request Mahesh to come on stage to talk about role of innovation and entrepreneurship in IIT Madras. He's also on the board of Research Park and Incubation Facilities. I think who better can be a choice than Mahesh to talk about the role of innovation and entrepreneurship in IIT Madras. Professor Mahesh, please. Please give a warm welcome.
Good morning. It's a delight to be here this morning on the eve of the 4th annual GDC Symposium. I want to emphasize the word 4th. GDC is only about 5 years old, maybe 6 years old. So to be doing the 4th annual symposium in just 6 years means that the vision with which this institution was created was seeded very early on, and it's taken root. And you'll see from the report card, both that will be presented later on today and what you'll see outside, that it has made quite a ripple across the country already. Krishnan was talking about the interaction that Professor Bhaskar had with Desh. It was one long car ride, if I'm not mistaken, from the airport to wherever Desh and Bhaskar riding together, sort of fleshing out the detail of what Desh had in mind in terms of what was needed to help create this bridge between entrepreneurship on one side and academia on the other side. And it didn't take very long, just one short car ride in Boston traffic was more than enough to sort of convince Bhaskar, and Desh being convinced that this is the right thing to do both. But Desh also has a philosophy that wherever he has these Deshpande centers, except the one in Boston alone, he has somebody else that is aware of the local geography, also part funding and supporting the venture. In this case, again, one more short conversation with Chris was more than enough to convince Chris to come on board, and that is the sort of the story of the birth of the Gopalakrishnan Deshpande Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. The mandate of this center is very simple: to take ideas that are being created in the lab and flesh them out in sufficient detail that the market would find them interesting. At the end of the day, the market is the validator. You make products that the market needs to buy. And along that process, there are many different, it's not a 100-meter sprint or even a marathon. It's more like a 500-meter hurdles race. And that 500 meters hurdles race requires, there's a process by which one can be trained to go through these hurdles, to make the most of these hurdles and win the race. I'll say that's a metaphor for what GDC stands for, to help ideas win this race, which has a bunch of hurdles on it, to sort of use the hurdles for your overall growth of the company and the betterment of the product itself in many instances. This idea of translating research from the lab to the world is not new to India. India has always been a knowledge producer for thousands of years now, and India has always also been a knowledge consumer for the benefit of the greater society. There is no better example that I am aware of this than India's role in zinc production in the early, in the 2nd and 3rd century BC, when brass and bronze were becoming the metals of choice, bronze before brass obviously, zinc was required. And India was the world's largest and quite possibly the only producer of zinc in the entire world. Zinc production even today is a bit of a pain, because extracting zinc from the ore requires a very tight temperature control. And this is a process that was perfected in the university systems of those days. And working closely with metallurgists of those days, they had set up both processes to scale up and manufacture zinc in India for the entire world. So somewhere, in the 2nd century, I am sure there was a version of GDC that was lurking in a corner of a Nalanda or someplace that helped academics make this translation. So whatever knowledge they had about the metallurgy of zinc and zinc ore was directly applicable and scalable for the benefit of the world at large. This is not a standalone story. You can go on and on and on about where India held the beacon for transferring knowledge from the textbook, so to say, to helping society. And this was something that was quite routinely done. It's only much later came a body of knowledge that stood only for the sake of knowledge. We have a lot of that today, which is fine. We are all I live in a university, and I believe in the power of knowledge for itself, but not all knowledge needs to be only for the sake of knowledge itself. Knowledge, at the end of the day, has to help consumers at the other end of the value chain, has to help society do more with its time, do better things with its time and money. So the process that GDC goes through is actually one that I'm sure Raghu will later describe, is one that is unique to not just all of India, but in some sense, this is a model for the rest of the world as well. To bring in university professors, potential entrepreneurs, and researchers into groups and teams and mentor them along the path of becoming value producers for the society and market at large. This process, laying out almost like a well-laid process by which you can go from a raw, unbaked, half-baked idea to test bed for yourself whether this idea will fly or not, is a great bridge to walk. Because at the end of the bridge, you are far more knowledgeable to answer a yes or a no to yourself. The one person you should never cheat in your entire life, yourself. This is all about convincing yourself, meaning you, the entrepreneur, you, the professor, that the idea you have on hand is indeed a great idea. Or if it is not already an idea that is ready for the market, get feedback on what it takes to make this ready for the market. The overall innovation ecosystem in which GDC operates is one that IIT Madras has been fortunate to assemble over the last decade or so. The value chain starts with 640 professors and their research labs on one side, the Center for Innovation and other such tinkering labs where students work on their own ideas. That's on one side, that's on the same side. And on the other side, we have the incubation cell, which is today home to over 400 startups, which is a real beehive of activity in terms of ideas in this deep tech space that are being pursued for the benefit of the society at large. These two ends of the value chain and are sort of the two ends of the value chain, and in between sit several elements, including GDC, which helps faculty extract research out of their lab and validate for themselves as they move towards the incubator, and Nirman, which is a pre-incubator which does something similar for the student projects at large. And these pieces of the puzzle are not mutually exclusive. They sort of work hand in hand in many instances. And we also have a well-wisher ecosystem with the IITM Entrepreneurs Forum, Keiretsu Forum, other venture capitalists, angel investors, all of them ready to sort of patronize, invest, and mentor ideas that need to be brought out to see the light of day. This whole ecosystem, like Rome, was not built in a day. It took a decade to put various pieces of the puzzle. In many instances, pieces of the puzzle would fall in place by themselves, and you take a step back, look at it and say, which piece was missing, and help bring a missing piece in with the help of a corporate partner or an alumnus. And in this process, we've assembled, we believe, the country's best innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem that is today incubating one startup every week and on the way to incubating 100 startups per year. Most of these are in a space where there is deep IP that the startups would have created even prior to incubating and incorporating their company. So this foundation on which these companies are now standing is one that is not easy to put together, and we believe this will be a differentiator for IIT Madras in times to come. Over the last maybe 10, 15 years, IIT Madras in many respects, in the respect of Subbu talked of the alumni and corporate relations vertical that I am fortunate to be associated with. We talked a little bit of the innovation and entrepreneurship vertical. We have not talked of the pure research part of IIT Madras. We have not talked of the patent portfolio that IIT today owns. On many of these axes, IIT Madras has differentiated itself from the other IITs. And this is due to a deliberate, planned approach aided by the hard work of hundreds of faculty and thousands of students. This ecosystem is what it is because of 640 faculty, 12,000 students, 58,000 alumni in 75 plus countries of the world, and over 500 corporate partners waiting on the sidelines, clapping and watching what is happening here so they can all absorb and benefit from. So I wish all of you the very best to learn what you are here for over the next day and a half. Go back to your institutions and help replicate some of these pieces, because India is too big a country to have just one successful model and nothing else to show for. We need 100 of these ecosystems created across the country. I wish GDC all the best for its future activities and look forward to being a part of it in any way that they see me as adding value. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mahesh, for your wonderful communication. I think it brings in the typical professorial elocution in his communications. And he talked about the history of India, where innovation has been a part of our ethos in the past, and how GDC came into being as one of the missing pieces in the entire innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in the campus today. And interestingly, Mahesh talked about the innovation system of research focus. I was told last week, I was talking to the intellectual property cell of IIT Madras. I came to know that we have filed about 350 patents in the current year alone, almost one patent every day. That seems to be the pace at which last year, 23. And I think I remember about 4 years back, we're just barely at 125 patents being filed. You could see a dramatic jump in the number of patents being filed. That really shows the activity level at the research levels to protect their IP. So the other important aspect is that in the entire value chain of the idea to startups, we notice that the mortality rate of the startups is so high, it becomes extremely difficult to sustain in the long run with so many startups failing. And GDC had played a very important role to improve the odds of success of these startups by our intensive program with many of the pre-incubated company startups, whereby they learn the ropes of what is being an entrepreneurship, what it takes to be an entrepreneur, and then what are the pitfalls in it, and then discovering whether your solution is going to solve somebody's problem. I think this change has improved the odds of success for many teams that has gone through GDC. I think more of that we'll hear as we go along. And come to the next agenda in our program. We have Dr. Deshpande going to talk about vision of GDC, and Desh doesn't need any formal introduction to audience. However, for the sake of order, I'll take 3-4 sentences to introduce Desh to the audience, and that may not do justice to what Desh has achieved in his life. And he's an alumnus of IIT Madras in the year 1973 in electrical engineering department, and went on to do his master's and PhD in Canada, and he also had a stint as a faculty in Kingston University in Canada. Then the entrepreneurial bug bit him, and he started his own company in the space of telecom those days, and then went on to build a very successful enterprise. And in the recent past, he has been engaged with India a lot more. His connections with India started with the Deshpande Foundation and Deshpande Startups in Hubli to enable the Indian ecosystem to evolve in the startup space. And the GDC came along in the year 2016, and we started our activities in 2017. Incidentally, Chris and Desh are a distinguished alumnus of IIT Madras in the year 1998, if I recall, and both of them got the DA award from IIT the same year, and it's quite a coincidence that they both came together to set up GDC. So it's a pleasure to invite Desh to the podium, and we'll all look forward to hearing from you about your vision of GDC. Please, sir.
Well, good morning. So, we have heard why innovation is important for any country. So, if you look at the economy, the global economy, 50 years ago, it used to be driven by large companies and so on. But now, you know that all the GDP and GNP is pretty much driven by startups and new things, because the world is changing fast. So, the products and the services that you need to drive that economy, innovation is pretty much a central theme of that whole growth in GDP, GNP, and so on. And US has always been at the forefront, and it's amazing what China has done over the last 25 years. And I think India has that potential now. But anytime you have, so you need deep thinkers, which are the sort of the core asset of any high growth economy. But anytime you have think tanks, deep thinkers, researchers, you can't mandate innovation. You can't force them to say, you shall come up with an idea. So you have to give them enough freedom. And that freedom means that you let them loose, and they have to have the freedom to do things. But also what happens is that, and that's what the knowledge generation is all about. It's essentially expanding the boundaries of the knowledge of the human beings. But it does become clubby. So, within the researchers, there are some people who want to do pure research, whom we need because their ideas will have an impact maybe 20, 30, 40 years from now. But there is a lot of people who actually want to have an impact in a short time frame. And so even though people have a desire for impact, when you have researchers, they tend to become clubby and move further and further away from the real world. And then what happens is slowly they all get into impressing each other, and the reward system that the university set up in general, tenure and recognition and publication and so on, moves them further and further away from the impact to more their own merit systems that people come up with. And therefore, I think it was 2020 when I joined the board of MIT, and we decided to set up a center there to see if there is a way we can change that. That is, for the people who want to have an impact, if they want to have an impact, the idea was you need to connect them to relevance. You need to connect them to practitioners. You need to connect them to the real problems, so that when they finish innovating, it's more likely that their innovation will have an impact. And that's what led to ICOR, and ICOR has been a huge success in US. And given the fact that China is doing so well, US is now, spending even more money. National Science Foundation used to give out about 10 billion. Now the CHIPS Act has substantially increased that number. India is now spending quite a bit of money on research, and the NRF is going to multiply that number even higher. So if there is so much money being spent, how do you have an impact on that? And this I-Core program is essentially that. What it is it's really leveraging the researchers, the deep thinker, the faculty member, and an entrepreneur within that group who is essentially a graduate student, a postdoc or somebody, and then an industry expert, a mentor. In fact, the reason why it's called I-Core in US is because it's modeled after AmeriCorps. AmeriCorps is a program that John F. Kennedy came up with, where he said, people in their 20s need to give a year or two for the development of the world to enable the people who are being left behind in the world. So AmeriCorps is still a very strong program in US where people in their 20s and 30s give a year or two or three, and they go to other foreign countries or within US. They essentially volunteer for 2-3 years to really help the people who are being left behind. So I-Core, Innovation Core, the idea was not so much look for people in their 20s, but look for people in their 40s and 50s and 60s who have been successful and who understand the way the industry works, and use their services, their voluntary services, the mentors, their mentorship, to actually enable the innovation to have a bigger impact. And that's why it's what is called I-Core, Innovation Core. And so the three of them come together and work on the program, and you'll hear a lot more about how the program is actually run. But just the fact that you get the faculty member out of the campus talking to the people who are facing problems every day, and then lining up their ideas to solve those problems is the core of this whole program. And because it's having such a big impact in US, what happens is the money does not necessarily go just to MIT and Stanford. It's spread throughout the whole country, because politically you have to make sure that all parts of the country are funded. And so there was not much impact that was coming out of the Kansas and Indiana and Iowa and Florida and so on. And this I-Core program has really turbocharged that whole ecosystem. So far, about 2,500 companies have come out of it, and they've gone on to raise about $3.7 billion. So it's a huge leverage on making sure that the research money that's being spent in the universities has a big impact on the economy, social impact and the economic impact. And what it does is it changes the culture. I think if you look at all the universities, in fact, I was talking to IIT Delhi, and they said, well, maybe there's 5% of the people within IIT Delhi who are very well connected. They're connected with the alumni, they're connected with the market space. They're not the ones who need this help, because they're already there. They know how to seek out the help they need. But we have to bring about that transformation to the other 95%. And so we need a program. And this program, this is not really E is equal to MC squared. It's such a simple program. But what's important is to run it with the rigor that you need. And that was the core essence of the I-Core. And what GDC did was bring that program to India and then Indianize it to the context of what this country needs, and to really run it in a disciplined fashion. And now they have achieved scale. They're doing about 100 teams a year, which is pretty good. And today we'll have Abhay Kurandikar, who is the custodian of giving out all this research money, and see how he's thinking about having a bigger impact with the money that he gives out every year. And so I know we have people here from universities and some from industries and so on. So what can I tell you that's useful in terms of how do we bring about this change? And I think we work with a lot of universities in US, and bringing about a cultural change in universities is always the hardest thing, because they're set in their ways. Most of the people are super smart. They know what they're doing, and they don't want to listen to anybody. So bringing about a cultural change in universities is always very hard. And a lot of times, the universities try to do it from top down by mandating policies, by mandating different reward systems and so on. I don't think that's a good way to do it. I think you have to bring about cultural change whether it's an entrepreneurial change or any change, I think a better way to do it is to do it bottoms up. So you pick 5 people, make them successful, and then lead to 10, and then 15, and 20, and 30, and then at some point it becomes fashionable. And so there are 2 mechanisms that I think we need to use to bring about the cultural change. One is to have a keen eye on picking people who could possibly be successful and just give them the hand, because initially when you're getting going, you don't really have those many resources. And so it's important to pick winners and make them win at whatever it takes. And then slowly spread that out to other people. And then if you can achieve a third of the population actually embracing this new thing, and along the way, I think it's also very important to make sure that you don't, you can bring about criteria for promoting tenure, all that kind of stuff. That's very complex because some people hate it, some people don't like it, and so on. But recognition of people, so every university that I've worked with, I've gotten the head of the university to hold a big function every year and celebrate the successful entrepreneurs within the universities, whether it's 5 or 10 people. And when you do that, it really sets the tone that there is a big reward, there is a big recognition for being successful and for having an impact. In fact, this was one of the key recommendations I did for the president of the country as well when I was co-chairing a council for Obama, and that's become an annual program now. So they have actually an Entrepreneur Day where they bring all the top entrepreneurs from all sections of the society to White House and celebrate that. So that's the convening power of the leaders of any institutions of the country is very powerful, because it really sends a message that it's good to be people who create that impact. And finally, if you can get a third of the population to actually embrace this new idea that you're talking about, that's excellent. And then you'll get another 1/3 who grudgingly accept the change and come along, and there'll be 1/3 of them who will never buy into it. But that's okay. At that point, I think you've brought about a cultural change, and over the course of time, it'll become fashionable and spread on its own. So I think the key thing is don't try to force it top down. Bring it up, bottoms up, any which way you can, and then make it fashionable, and then slowly spread that throughout the whole country. And for industries, I think there's quite a bit in this for industries, because industries also have R&D divisions, and they have the same issue. Their R&Ds tend to be very separate from the practice and the market access and so on, and so they also need to participate. The other big change that I've seen at places like MIT is that MIT always had this industry liaison program where the industry would say, hey, these are the problems that I need to solve. Can you solve it for me? So it's almost like a paid research, a consulting research. But the new thing now is not so much to be aware of the problems that you have and how to solve them, but the solutions that come along are very multidisciplinary. So these are ideas that you're not even looking for, that apply to your own business. And so you have to stay on top of the innovation. You have to sort of be aware of all the leading ideas that are coming along that could affect your business. And so understanding innovation and the impact of what innovation can have on your businesses is not something that the industries do very well. And I think they need to pay attention to that, because it's not necessarily just chasing the problems that they have, but new ideas and new solutions that come along from a multidisciplinary way, from places where they're not even looking. And so I think if the country has to make progress and really keep up with the high growth and achieve all the GNP and GDP goals that we have in India, we have to make this whole ecosystem a lot more productive. And GDC alone, GDC is just a small piece of that equation. It only gets deep ideas to the point where you can do something with it. But then, of course, you have to cross another 1,000 bridges to actually build a company and have an impact. And so the ecosystem needs a lot more parts of it, which I think we need to build them all in parallel. And when they all work together beautifully, I think we'll really have an ecosystem that makes a lot of sense. It's actually amazing to see how far the country has come. You know, in '73, when I graduated from here, none of us even knew the word entrepreneurship. And to see now, to come and see how everybody is talking about entrepreneurship and paying so much attention to it is very heartwarming for me. And I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Desh, for your wonderful talk today. I remember you were talking about how this program started off in MIT in a small way, and it gained so much of momentum that National Science Foundation adopted this idea to the entire country as a whole, and success has been quite very easy for us to observe with 2,500 startups in the US benefiting and succeeding the past decade. And it required a man of vision to think through this type of subtle requirements in the entire value chain of innovation and entrepreneurship. And then I think their GDC, as a fallout of this benefit, has been able to see the impact it's creating in the country today. Thank you once again, Desh, and a big round of applause for Desh, please. So next we have Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan joining us from London. It's, I think, very, very early in the morning. Chris, good morning to you. I think it's around 5 o'clock there, and he has been up early in the morning to address the audience over here. Thank you so much for your participation virtually. Chris does not need any introduction to any of us. I think his history in Infosys is well known, well published, and the lesser facts probably I'll share. He's been an alumnus from IIT Madras as well, and been a distinguished alumnus from the year 1998, and he spent about 4 years at the campus and did his master's in computer science over here. And during the past decade and a half, Chris has been focusing quite heavily on funding scientific philanthropy. And he's one of the visionaries who really felt that investing in science and deep research is an excellent way to contribute back to society, so the impact can be a lot more substantial. And his focus areas in the recent past has been in the area of brain research. And he has set up 2 centers in IIT Madras, the area of brain research. One of the computational brain research, another one on biology of brain. And I think he's also actively involved in Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, contributing to their research in the area of brain. And he's been a philanthropist par excellence and a great supporter of IIT Madras, and also the co-investor into GDC's initiatives in the country. So I'll not take too much of time between you and Chris, and over to you, Chris, for your address. Thank you.
Intellectual property. It's an economy that has to be built on products and technology that will have an impact on society, that will create wealth, that will create new businesses, that will create new engines of growth, and that's very well established when you look at how US has developed in the last century. US was about 1.9% of the global GDP at the beginning of the 20th century and became 19% of the global GDP at the end of the 20th century. The rapid rise of an economy in 100 years. And for me, the manufacturing of products in the first half and the second half of the development of the IT industry, the computer industry, the knowledge industry, built on the combination of research, entrepreneurship, industry working together. We need to have that kind of ecosystem building in India. Now, fortunately, we have world-class scientists. These are the same scientists who these people also go abroad and head companies. I was looking at one data point which said that 25 leaders of businesses in the US are of Indian origin, and they together contribute to $7 trillion of value. So, there is no doubt about the capability here, the talent here. How can we make that work in India to create products and technology that will allow us to accelerate the growth of our GDP? Now, we can linearly extrapolate and say that we can become a $5 trillion economy, a $10 trillion economy over the next few years, but can be accelerated by building a pipeline of technology and products that will have significant impact on the economy. So let me take an example. We are transitioning from fossil fuel to electric vehicles, and in this transition, battery technology becomes very important. Many of the devices, many of the appliances, many of the automobiles, all are transitioning to lithium-ion batteries. And as you know, this is the technology that is imported. It's not made in India, and other countries have lead in here. We don't have access to mineral deposits in lithium, etc. Now we have been working on, that is, we means in India, our laboratories have been working on sodium ion battery technology. I know that some of the labs are already, have small prototypes in the lab, etc. Sodium is available in abundance. It does not have the same impact on environment as lithium ion battery, extracting lithium, mining lithium, etc. So it is seen as a better technology. Now, this is where the transition from lab to market becomes very important. Now, do you have unique IP here? Do you have IP that can be protected? Do you know which application will bring the benefit faster? How do you actually package this such that it can be commercialized and it becomes economically viable, that you can create a profitable business around this? How can you look at, as I said, which customer base to go after in the beginning? Is it in the automotive segment? Is it in the appliance segment? Or which appliance you should go after? Who are the potential customers? What is the marketing plan that you need to create in order to attack this? Now, how do you create a business around this? How do you create a manufacturable product around this? How do you actually collaborate with industry partners, because you have to create an ecosystem to manufacture this? All of these things is what the lab to market transition is all about. Taking an idea from the lab, I've just gave you an example of sodium ion batteries, and taking it to market. Now, we have several other needs also. For example, as we look at energy independence, I strongly believe that we need to look at nuclear energy. Today, 1.6% of our nuclear energy requirements are from nuclear. And as a country, as we transition to becoming a developed economy, we will have to increase the energy per capita manifold. India has one of the lowest energy per capita utilization today. As we transition, if you look at what developed countries consume per capita, it's an order of magnitude higher than what India does. Now, in that energy mix, do we take the path that others have taken, which is built on fossil fuel, or do you look at sustainable energy sources, renewable energy sources that do not pollute? So one solution has to be nuclear, and several studies have been done,
And we have seen that, in the energy mix at 2050, there are certain papers that have come out which says nuclear has to become 10% of energy mix. Sort of 1.6 to 10%. Now, do we have the ability to get there? Again, look at white spaces. Look at areas where we are not behind, so we can own the IP. We can actually create this new technology. So small nuclear reactors. In fact, from 1960 onwards, Indian researchers have been working on nuclear reactors and things like that. We have had a nuclear program. We have nuclear reactors that are set up in India, but typically with collaboration with other countries, etc. Now, India has abundance of thorium. Now, thorium-based nuclear reactors is another area that we can actually leapfrog, or as Dr. Mashelkar says, pole vault, and try and establish leadership. So we look at achieving energy independence. We look at national priorities. We look at impacting society by creating sources for renewable energy or sustainable energy sources. We develop that technology here. In fact, we should look at this as an export opportunity also and supplying this to the world. Now, again, we need to go through a process. I know that we are working on proof of concepts or something like that in the laboratories. We have work going on in these areas, but we are far from being able to commercialize a product and being able to compete in the market and being able to export this to rest of the world. I can go on and on. Quantum computing, again, we have work going on even in IIT Madras. Even nuclear also, IIT Madras is doing some work. But how can we take it to market and benefit India, benefit society, create a business around this? So Desh talked about it. Mahesh talked about it. Everybody has talked about it. Now, can we create more success stories which take ideas from lab to market in a systematic way so that we increase the odds of success? We have more of our ideas going to market, create businesses, create products, technology, etc. This is required in healthcare. This is required in the automotive sector, manufacturing sector, space. We are starting to do this. Luckily for us, in the last 10 years, the entrepreneurship bug has really bitten. So the research plus a strong entrepreneurial ecosystem with the venture risk funding that's available. How can we marry all this together? And there's one more piece. From TRL 3 to 4 to TRL 8, 9, what is typically seen as the valley of death. How do we fund this? How do we make this transition? Who actually takes this forward? What is the process by which we identify which market to go after, which customers to go after? How do we create a manufacturable product, etc.? All of these things are very, very important. And we need to have an engine that actually creates these businesses, these products, these technologies, if India has to transition to a developed economy. If India has to transition to a developed economy faster, and if India has to transition to a developed economy that's built on our IP. I'll just end by talking about, let's say, the iPhone, right? India is one of the largest markets for Apple for iPhones. Of course, they are now starting to manufacture these iPhones in India. Still, the value addition in that manufacturing is limited. If, let's say, Apple sells 10 million iPhones in India, its market cap goes up by $1 trillion. I'm just using some extreme example. Who benefits, right? That's the power of IP, that the market cap goes up by an exponential value of the number of units that are sold or the value of the units that are sold. But the benefit goes to the US the benefit goes to its shareholders, and the tax revenue, the impact, etc., happens elsewhere. How can that impact happen here in India? That is what we need to look at. And that's why this program is very important. Many such programs are very important. We need to think about 20% or 30% of our research focused on ability to translate that to products and technology. We need to measure our academic research by the impact that they are creating, which means how many products and technologies that are coming out of these laboratories, out of these academic institutions, and a systematic way, an ecosystem that will allow us to do this translation. I'm very happy that GDC has made some impact. GDC is spreading to other institutions in the country. There is a lot of discussion happening around the country about translational research, and I've participated in multiple functions, events where translational research is talked about. We need to accelerate. We need to make this into a mass movement. We need to make every one of our research ecosystems to create products and technologies, startups, create a lot more entrepreneurs. Out of the 100,000 startups that are recognized by Government of India, there are only 3,000 deep tech startups. So we need more of them. We need dedicated funds focused on deep tech startups. So we need to do many things. And one of them is, of course, the work that GDC is doing. Thank you all very much for participating, because more of you participate, more of you become ambassadors of these messages, more of you start working on creating products and technologies that can be commercialized. I think the country will benefit. We will create more wealth. We'll create more global companies out of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris, for a wonderful talk very early in the morning. I think you touched upon 2-3 key points which really sparked a thought in my mind. You mentioned about US contribution of global GDC is close to about 19%. And you also mentioned about 25% of the business in the US has been managed by Indians, and which contributes to about 7 trillion in terms of value, which is a very, very substantially large number where Indians are able to achieve in a country like the US, which means that Indians have this innovative spirit, entrepreneurial spirit to take these things forward. And the missing piece in India was the ecosystem and environment till recently. I think now the system has changed substantially. Good amount of ecosystem is evolved in the country in terms of knowledge as well as the investment support for startups. I think we are on the way to take a country to much bigger levels as a growth economy in the years to come by. Once again, thanks a lot, Chris, for joining us today, and really appreciate your taking time off to talk to us. Next on the agenda we have is a talk by Raghuttama Rao, CEO of Gopalakrishnan Deshpande Center for Innovation. He's going to talk about lighting the spark of entrepreneurship in academia. I'll probably take about a couple of minutes for introducing Raghu. Raghu is also an alumnus of IIT Madras and graduated in mechanical engineering in the year 1984, and then subsequently followed up with an MBA program from IIM Ahmedabad, and had his careers in the manufacturing sector and subsequently into financial services and consulting. He had worked extensively with the Government of India as well as the World Bank in infrastructure areas, and he is decided to get back to the academic institution in the year 2016 and came back and took over as the CEO of GDC. I think he's been quite passionate about sparking the minds of academicians in taking innovation from the lab to market. And I now request Raghu to take over and share his thoughts. Welcome, Raghu, to talk.
Thank you and good morning. Subbu was singularly responsible for getting me here. So, I just brought this. What is this? Can anyone say? Bottled water, right? Bisleri. The reason I'm showing this here, I just said it says rock star. Around the time in 80s when I started to work, this was not a very popular product. And I was told by, the people behind this company, bottled water, now everybody uses it, it's taken for granted. It was test marketed in Kerala. Now Kerala, as all of you or many of you would be knowing, it's a very thin sliver of land, right, in a country. It has 65 rivers across it. I didn't know that. 65 rivers, most of them, and drinking water is easily available in Kerala. So why was this product test marketed or launched in Kerala, when it moved out from a very esoteric 5-star hotel brand to mass market product? The genius of the promoter there really was, people there need reliable, hygienic water. Let's test it there and see how it works. And Bisleri is history. Bisleri is, people say, "Merko ek Bisleri de do." It's gone that far. It's become the generic name for bottled water. The reason I'm saying this, Mahesh said, we have story here 10 years old, you have incubators. And so when I had hung up my boots and, I wanted to do something else, and, when Desh and Chris and others contacted me, I was wondering, there are 5 incubators here, there's a startup revolution going on here, what will I do? So that's when the story of Bisleri is, you launch it where there is a need and you see the action for it. When we came in here, when we started this, I was also wondering, what am I doing with academics here, who are actually bringing forth startups? And that's when I realized that there were 2 missing parts. You've heard Desh say this, you've heard Chris say this, lab to market journey. You've heard Mahesh say that, we've got one of the greatest ecosystems here. What was missing? Why is it that only 30, 40 professors per year, when you have 600 plus, actually commercialize? Why? What? Some part of it is, yes, it was recent, it was nascent, so it would take time. But I think, not just in IIT here, but in the rest of the country, we've noticed now after working with 75 institutions, 2 themes. At the early stage of moving science from the lab to the market, there are 2 things which are probably under the radar, not very well recognized. Some people see it, but there's not enough action to push this. And if you see the kit that you all have as a handout there, it'll talk about it. One of them is the theme of igniting the entrepreneurial spirit, or I call it spark. Entrepreneurship is a non-cognitive skill, meaning it can't be taught in a classroom like you would teach many things. It is there inherent in everybody to varying extents, and it can be developed consciously, with discipline, meticulously, mindfully, all of that by training. Different people do it to different. It's like singing. Let's say everybody can sing, but some people are bathroom singers, some people are very good singers, some people are best not encouraged to sing, right? So you have all kinds, but it's a trait that can be kindled and honed and to various levels. Entrepreneurship is very similar. You learn it by doing it experientially from others, failing. It's like learning how to ride a bicycle. You can never teach anybody with a lecture how to ride a bicycle. You can't say, shift your body to the left when you're falling to the right, and you can't do that. It's all theory, right? You have to get onto the bike, somebody's got to push you, hold you. You may have to fall a bit, but you have to get up, and you've got to internalize in your muscle memory what balancing is. Entrepreneurship is a bit like that. And I think what GDC has attempted to do in the 5 years is, how do you get a people with a lot of science, with a lot of knowledge, but lacking this non-cognitive skill because you're not trained in it and you've not been exposed to it. How do you expose them to it, experientially transfer it, and get them to practice it? And if they don't practice it, we don't expect professors to become entrepreneurs, at least not for the most part. Right? How do you expect them to then catalyze others, typically their students and wards, to pick up the reins and take it forward? So it's like a relay race, like a baton where you pass on. You are the repository of technology. You know, a typical professor has published 200 papers and more, several conferences, sits on patents, has a lot of knowledge. How does that transfer to somebody else who can then do the heavy lifting and take it forward? Desh mentioned it. This is a complex process. How does it become a culture? I think that's what GDC has tried to do in these 5 years. So lighting the entrepreneurial spark is not about giving lectures. It doesn't work. Right? It doesn't work at all. With people who, the 5%, 7% who will do it anyway, will do it anyways. How do you reach that critical mass of 1/3 that Desh alluded to? Right? We have a 30 percentage point gap, even in this institute. Elsewhere it's more. Right? So how do we get there? One professor at a time. You know, we go through it. We do cohorts. We are at our 50th cohort. Our cohort is a team of 10 teams. I mean, it's a group of 10 teams coming together, going through this experiential programs that we call Incubate and by other names, and it transforms people. When I spoke here for the first or second symposium that we were doing, I was rather diffident. You know, this is what we will do. This has worked elsewhere. You know, you should try it. I was defensive. Today I'm not defensive. We have done 375 plus teams, 75 institutions, 288 professors, 30% of them are women. There's empirical, so I can talk with empirical evidence that this works, not just in IIT Madras, 75 other institutions in this country. We want to, in last year we launched GDC 2.0, and we talk more about it today in the rest of the symposium. That is about growing it tenfold. We will have our chief guest very shortly here, who sits at the helm of scientific research in this country and, translation, including translational research and impact. As Desh said, we've got to figure out a way to light that revolution. Chris talked about it, with specific examples of sodium batteries and value add in iPhones and many others. I think the technologies that we have in R&D, various disciplines, confer that potential. We'd like 1,000 GDCs to bloom. That's really what our endeavor is. We have started talking to partner institutions, who we can work with. We don't want to make money. Our model, as some of you would know, is not to take stakes or profit or any of those. We don't charge our beneficiaries. Of course, we look for sponsors. We need money to run this, so we look for sponsors. We've been very generous. We've had very generous patrons to start and give us that kickstart. We want to reach out to the larger community of universities. How can 75 universities become 1,000 in the next 5 years? Right? How can we start working with the industry, with corporates? We've had one very successful round of working with one large industry where they were looking to see how could innovations from across India help them in decarbonizing. When you look around the stalls here, you will see some of the teams that went through that. And it's a very decarbonizing is a very, very difficult and very, very early stage of that game globally. And they were looking to look at Indian talent to help us, and we helped half a dozen such startups graduate to that level. Hopefully, that kind of corporate interface we will actually start seeing here. So this lab to market journey is something that we are dissecting right in the lab, which is research. How does that break out and come into the marketplace? How does that interface with industry and real life, which is very different from what is in the lab? And that's where a lot of failures happen. And that's when you have what's called the product market fit. That's not enough, right? Then how do you take it from there and scale it up to create impact? So I think there are many phases requiring many inputs. GDC is working with universities, incubators, early seed funders, mentors, corporates. So we are trying to be the glue that catalyzes this revolution in the country. And that's what GDC 2.0 is about. So if you are a mentor, if you are a faculty, if you are a student, if you are a wannabe entrepreneur, or if you're an entrepreneur figuring out what to do, or you may be anyone else here having a stake in this game, I think we need all of your help and more, right? So that's really what igniting the entrepreneurial spirit in academia means. World over, it's been universities that actually are the font of, one of the big fonts. Don't want to take away the thunder from corporates or from other research institutions, but definitely universities are a very, very big font. Look around the world. You look at California, it's around Stanford, Berkeley, Caltech. Look at Boston, it's around MIT, Harvard, Carnegie Mellon. I mean, look at various universities in the US. Look at Israel, it's Technion and Tel Aviv. Look at Japan, it's Tokyo University. So you see them. These are hubs where knowledge is created. And you don't necessarily have to be an academic university, but definitely this is created and is available in abundant measure. We have 4,000 STEM universities in India. We're talking of working with 75, 2% maybe. Can we make it 10%? That's really where our vision is. So the way we have put this symposium together is, we will immediately after this we have a break, but we will inaugurate the exhibition, which has about 12 startups, or 12 or 13. About half of them are from IIT Madras, logistically easier to get them, and another half are from various parts of the country, from Bombay, from Jodhpur, from various places. And we are very happy that they have come here. All of them have gone through GDC. All of them have seen the transformation in themselves, right? And like this, we have more than 100 of them out in various parts of the country. We couldn't get all 100 here, right? And our hope is that we will have more partner institutions, either where we can start nodes at, or we welcome your teams in our cohorts, or you have mentors who would like to come and contribute back, or you have faculty who would energize their universities, whatever your roles, maybe you wear multiple hats, bring them all. Or you have policymakers working with government, opening the government policies and of course some money that helps us, make it conducive for this to happen. So in the afternoon, immediately after the exhibition and the coffee break, we'll have our chief guest. I understand he's on his way. We will look forward to Dr. Abhay Karandikar, who's been in many positions of leadership. Today he leads the DST. So we'll hear from him. We have a short panel. We have two panels actually. One will be where GDC will, in a very creative manner, my colleagues, Mr. Rajiv Jain and Professor Krishnan, whom you heard early in the morning, will kind of will have an exposition of what GDC is trying to do in GDC 2.0. And we have a panel moderated by another colleague of mine, KV Anand, where we will have three stalwarts. One from academia, which is Professor Madhusudan Rao from IIT Delhi, who is a very prolific academic, administrator, and an entrepreneur. So all rolled in one. So he wears the university hat. We have Professor Sudhir Vardarajan here, who's a systems thinker and has played he's playing a very big role in kind of shaping government policy to help in transforming academia towards entrepreneurial thinking. So we'd like to get some inputs from you, Sudhir. And we'll have Dr. Taslim Arif, who kind of heads CCAMP. CCAMP is a center for biological sciences and life sciences. So it's kind of works with NCBS, National Center for Biological Sciences. So it works in the entrepreneurial incubator space. So we have representation from academia, we have from somebody in the incubation ecosystem space, and we have somebody who's advising in policy making. So I think that will be a good panel where we will see, how can this go further. And then we will have the exhibition in the afternoon for you to go and meet with all the startup teams. And so that's how really we are put together. We would like to make the sessions interactive, and we will have time for Q&A, or we can do it on the sidelines. So the whole idea is to share what GDC has done, is doing, or is planning to do, and how can we engage with million minds, starting from all of us starting here. So thank you very much. Enjoy the symposium and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Raghu, for your passion to take GDC to 1,000 institutions in the country, where we are currently at 75. I know it's a long road. I think it's quite possible for us to reach in the next few years' time or so. Raghu mentioned about experiential learning and also a transformative learning that GDC offers to the academic researchers and the students. And among the huge mortality rate in the startups, GDC stands quite tall. That we have trained about 350 teams in the past 6.5 years or so. And I must say that more than 50% of teams have found genuine market for the products and build the company, and some of them are displacing the product in the exhibition outside. I think it shows a fair amount of success among the startups that have gone through GDC. And it's a long way to go. I think we are quite hopeful and confident that we'll be able to touch base with many of these institutions in Tier 2, Tier 3 towns, and then spark the innovation now. So before we break for a coffee and inauguration of the exhibition that is taking place outside, we would like to express our sense of gratitude to the speakers in the morning by sharing a small memento from our side. I request Tirumala to hand over a book to Professor Krishnan Balasubramaniam for his welcome address. Here. I request my colleague Rupali to hand over a small memento to Desh. So we step out to the hall number 4, where we'll formally inaugurate. I would request Desh and Krishnan to formally inaugurate the exhibition and go to the stalls, have a cup of coffee, and we'll reassemble at about 11:50 for the chief guest address. Thank you. Good afternoon. Can we all take our seats, please? I have to inform them. How are you? Good to see you. All well? Good, it's going really bigger.
It'll be off very soon.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, Margary around this
Very good. Good to see you. I've been the copy of the mail.
So focus on it.
Yeah, yeah.
But Georg is very, very anxious and all driven.
Look forward to. It'll be a
He said that plan to come about a month from March last week.
February last week is what I thought. So I think they also mentioned about the standard agreements.
I'll get everything. To give me some time to float it within the teams there, and if they have some queries or some counters to some technical some terms and that. Otherwise, it can happen on the sidelines while we work on the strategic topic. Serial up or nothing else. Correct. Now sample ke this is how it's going to look. High level they have some things to add or question or ask.
Sure.
I don't think it's a first time for me also. GDK recently and this is the first time so just didn't want to push something to the end. Have a
So we did all this.
Document that he has forwarded is saying that already a lot of clarity
Krishnan, he wanted 2 minutes completing the interview. So good afternoon and welcome back for the second part of the sessions today. We are on to the jewel crown of the day's events with a chief guest address. I have a great pleasure to introduce Professor Abhay Karandikar, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, is amongst us. And it gives me a great pleasure to introduce him. Dr. Abhay graduated from IIT Kanpur and went on to do his master's and PhD in the telecommunication space. And he's held extensive senior roles in IIT Bombay. He started off his career as a faculty in IIT Bombay and then went on to hold quite a few senior positions in IIT Bombay's research and entrepreneurship ecosystem. And he had made a pioneering effort to create Telecom Standards Development Society of India, to create India's telecom standards body. And he's also been quite actively engaged in developing frugal 5G technology, which has enabled accessibility of 5G technology to large masses in the country. And till recently, he was the director of IIT Kanpur, a very, very distinguished scientist in the area of telecommunications. And recently has taken over as the Secretary, Department of Science and Technology. We have a great pleasure in inviting Professor Abhay Karandikar to deliver his keynote address for the day. Professor Abhay.
Thank you very much. First of all, it's indeed a great privilege and delight to visit IIT Madras after a long time. When I was the director of IIT, so when I was a faculty at IIT Bombay, I visited several times. But when I was the director of IIT Kanpur, it was a big challenge to travel from Kanpur to Chennai. Because you need to go to, you needed 3 days for a one-day event. And then I really minimized and traveled only once during the last 5 years. And I just thought that this may be like a great occasion when the GDC is having its symposium on innovation. So let me just give you since now I'm the secretary to the DST, let me give you a perspective on the DST and what are the future roadmap and plans. And I'm here really to your suggestions and recommendations and some of the concrete actions that we can take up it in the government. Now, Department of Science and Technology was one of the earliest departments of the Government of India ministries to support the startup incubation ecosystem in the country. And the whole vision was to instill an ethos of applied and translational research within our academic institutions and research labs. While the Department of Science and Technology used to primarily fund the research in basic and applied sciences and technology at institutions like IITs, NITs, universities, the DST's startup incubation program was started to transform the knowledge into the commercially viable solutions. And this stands unique in terms of translating the academic research into the market-ready innovations. Another objective was to offer the students, researchers, and scholars an alternative career path, urging them to become innovators and entrepreneurs rather than just be a job seeker. And in that sense, this program also supports the faculty-based ventures and entrepreneurial activities. As all of you know that the Startup India initiative was launched in 2016 by our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi. And that time, when this Startup India program was launched, aligning with the aims and objectives of the Startup India, the DST launched an umbrella program which was called Nidhi,
which is a national initiative for developing and harnessing innovations, which is abbreviated as NIDHI. And this is the flagship program of the DST, and it is managed by the Technology, Translation and Innovation Division. All the innovations and entrepreneurial activities support under the DST are now streamlined under the NIDHI program. Now this NIDHI has several components. So there is a program which is NIDHI COE, so which is Center of Excellence, and under this program we support the Center of Excellence, which can offer world-class facilities to help the startups. So obviously, as you know, that startups in some of the technology areas cannot afford expensive equipments or infrastructure facilities, and NIDHI COE is a program which can actually set up the Center of Excellence with these world-class facilities in the incubator. Then there is a NIDHI TBI, which focuses on the translating innovations into startup ventures. So this is a technology business incubator. So we are supporting the incubators itself. Last year, in 2022-23, we had a sort of an extended version of this TBI, which was called NIDHI ITBI, which was focusing on inclusivity in the science and technology startup ecosystem. So this NIDHI ITBI was meant to bridge regional disparity, gender disparity, for example. So there could be a women-focused technology business incubator, or in some tribal areas, and which provides grants directly, the NIDHI Prayas grant, to innovators, which can enable them to convert their ideas into prototypes. Last year, we also started with NIDHI EIR, which is Entrepreneurship in Residence program, which actually provides fellowships to the graduating students to pursue the entrepreneurship. And then finally, we have the NIDHI Seed Support program, which aims at providing the financial assistance directly to the startups for their proof of concept, prototype development, product trials, clinical trials, market entry, and so on. Now, this NIDHI Seed Support program, we give the funding to the incubator, not to the incubatee companies. And the incubators then can actually give these grants to the startups. So we are not taking any equity or anything in the company. We leave it to our incubator to provide these grants and either take equity or take some other form of return on investments in terms of royalty sharings and so on. And finally, I think we are giving impetus to starting a NIDHI Accelerator program, which will be designed as a cohort-based, fast-track structured program, focusing on investment ready and rapid scaling up of the startups. So, these are essentially some of the programs which we are doing it under the NIDHI programs. As you know that this NIDHI program has been in existence now for almost 6-7 years. And under this program, just to tell you the numbers, we have set up about 13 centers of excellence last year itself across various incubators. And we have supported more than 170 incubators across the country. And through NIDHI Prayas scheme, the grant has been given to more than 12,000 startups across the country. So I think, and this money has ranged from 25 lakhs to 50 lakhs to about 1 crore. So I think the maximum money that has been of the order of 1 crore. Now, and of course, in our technology innovations division, we are also as a ministry constantly innovating that how we can support the startups. And in fact, in this context, we had a discussion with Dr. Gururaj Deshpande and Dr. Rao, and also in that context, this GDC symposium is important for me to sort of understand from ecosystem players and stakeholders that how the government can support all of you. Now, one major thing that is going to happen is, as you know, that the Indian Parliament has approved a bill of setting up Anusandhan National Research Foundation, ANRF. The total target of this ANRF funding is going to be about 50,000 crore over a period of 5 years. But government currently has already allocated 14,000 crores. And it will be in the process of setting up. The Department of Science and Technology is the nodal ministry, and we are setting up, we are in the process of operationalizing the ANRF. This ANRF, has been our Prime Minister's, really vision to upscale our R&D and innovation ecosystem infrastructure in the country. And therefore, it has that kind of importance, and that can be judged from the fact that the mission governing board of the ANRF is going to be directly chaired by the Honorable Prime Minister. So this board is being chaired by the Prime Minister. As you know, that DST currently funds the basic research and R&D research through its Science and Engineering Research Board, SERB. With setting up of the ANRF, and I'm sure many of the faculty members of IITs have been funded through the SERB grants. Now the SERB board used to be chaired by the Secretary DST. But as I said, ANRF board is going to be chaired by the Prime Minister. And once this is get operationalized, and I think we will be notifying it very soon, maybe in the next 2 weeks or so, if not earlier. This SERB will get subsumed into the ANRF. SERB will no longer exist, okay? And ANRF will be the primary body for funding R&D programs, technology development programs, incubation, startups, innovations programs in the country. We are looking for ANRF to be a professionally managed body. It will also have a full-time CEO, and really we are looking for a professional who can really take the role of the CEO. Till that time, as a Secretary DST, I will be the interim CEO to roll out the ANRF. Now in the ANRF, it is envisaged in the Act that there are 3 kinds of funds. One fund is meant for the pure R&D activities. The second fund is meant for the activities which used to be carried out in the current SERB programs. So that will be called as Science and Engineering Research Programs. But a 10% of the fund is will be allocated for the Innovations and Entrepreneurship Fund. So I think, so about, so immediately in this year, for example, we will have 1,400 crores, and over the long terms, the vision is to have about 5,000 crores over a period of 5 years for supporting the innovation and entrepreneurship activities. And it is in this context, really, once the ANRF will be rolled out, the mission governing board will be set up. We are really looking for what innovative or disruptive that we can do in the ANRF, which can take the R&D landscape of the country to the next level. So I'm really looking for, I'm holding discussions with all stakeholders, with both academia and the industry people, in terms of how differently and disruptively we can do. We don't want to be just an SERB plus with more funding. We really want to do in a way where we can take R&D ecosystem of our country to the next level. Now, apart from the ANRF, the Department of Science and Technology has also launched several missions. So we have, for example, the national mission on the cyber physical system, where we have set up 25 mission hubs across the country. Now these mission hubs were primarily located in academic institutions, and the objective was really to do the R&D. But as a part of this mission, which has not yet been operationalized, was to set up the technology translational centers and technology translational research parks. So that work, I think, we would also like to carry out in the broad areas of the cyber physical system. And finally, I think you might have read it in the newspapers that a few days back, the Department of Science and Technology also announced the National Quantum Mission, which is also a mission with a total budget outlay of about 6,000 crores over the next 5 to 6 years. And that is also a substantial funding. As a part of the National Quantum Mission, we are going to work in the area of quantum computing, quantum communications, quantum sensing and metrology, and quantum materials and devices. Unlike the cyber physical system where we had set up the 25 mission hubs, in the quantum missions, we will be really consolidating all the activities and setting up only 4 mission hubs. But one of the unique features of the national mission on quantum is that we will be able to take startups on board, and will be able to fund the startups also, which are obviously working it in the area of quantum technologies. We are aware that there are few startups who have great promise, and quantum is an area where I believe that if those startups are nurtured and work with our academic expertise, I think there is a huge possibility of taking a lead role in the area of quantum technologies. As you know that as a country, we have been always in a catch-up game, whether it is in semiconductors or whether in other high-tech areas, but at least in the quantum, and particularly in the area of quantum sensing or quantum communications, we are really not very late. In quantum computing, we may be a little 5 years behind, but in the area of quantum sensing and quantum communications, I think there is a huge opportunity. The Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor has also been working on coming up with a deep tech startup policy that will go to the cabinet very soon. And as a part of the deep tech startup policy, once that is announced, we will also be creating a program for supporting the startups in some of the critical and emerging technologies, which is like AI or semiconductors, clean energy, sustainable agriculture, medical devices and technologies, and hydrogen, green hydrogen, and so on. So these are some of the areas in which we will be really supporting the startups in this area. And we may actually set up the deep tech startup incubators also. So we may enhance our Nidhi TBI program to include the deep tech startups. Another thing, area where the DST has been taking a lead role, as you know that 1 year back, the government of India liberalized the geospatial data access policy. The geospatial guidelines were issued in 2021 and 2022. And now, so earlier the geospatial data was highly restrictive. It was under the defense clearance. You cannot really get an access to sort of that data. Now we are in the process of a complete reforms of, if you may so call, the Survey of India. And as a part of the geospatial data policy, we are now welcoming the participation of the private sectors in this area. We will be setting up a geospatial data exchange, very similar to what is there for a payment exchange like in UPI. You can have a universal geospatial interface where the industries can collect the data, the geospatial data, and there are user industries actually which can also access the data through the geospatial data exchange. So there is a big opportunity in terms of geospatial data science and the geospatial computing. In fact, it will not be perhaps exaggeration to say that Internet of future, maybe Internet 2.0, will actually have a huge component of the geospatial reference. And because as you know that currently, even if you look at the AI or if you look at the web, they don't actually have a location context. Okay? And making that actually the location context will not only influence the evolution of the artificial intelligence, but can also influence the evolution of the World Wide Web. So in this context, we have taken some early leads. We will be setting up a geospatial, we have set up some center of excellence in, for example, in IIT Bombay, in IIT Kanpur, but we will be in the process of setting up dedicated incubators which will be working in the area of broad areas of the geospatial technologies. Finally, I would like to say that the TTI division of the DST, we encourage the interdisciplinary collaborations, allowing researchers from the various fields to come together, leading to more holistic and groundbreaking solutions. The DST supported ventures, either in the form of incubators or the startups have often emerged from the rigorous academic research, and that has ensured a very strong foundation for the innovations. And as you know that we do recognize the vulnerability of the startups at the ideation or proof of concept stage. And at this stage, our Nidhi program also provide specialized supports to ensure that these startups don't falter due to the resource constraints. Finally, the Department of Science and Technology has also an autonomous body called Technology Development Board, TDB. Now, TDB was set up several years back, and it was one of the first sort of board to invest in the startups. But of late, I should say that it has not been in the news. And as a secretary, it will be my task to really re-energize the Technology Development Board. We are sitting on a big fund, really, and not much has been sort of done, while more can be done. Of course, the TDB supported startups in the area of vaccine development during COVID times, and also during COVID times, it did support ventures which were developing ventilators. But I think much more can be done given the size of the funding over which we are sitting. But it has certain constraints in the form of, because the TDB was primarily giving only loans to the startup at subsidized interest, and that were obviously not attractive to startups which are in the early stage or something. In a mid-sized company, loan is an okay, but So we will change some of the policies to take equity in the startups, and TDB can perhaps join hands with other funds, and co-fund and co-invest in startups by taking equity. Finally, as the government and as the ministry, we are working on laying out a 25-year vision plan to as you know that this next 25 years is like Amrit Kal to make our country a global SNT player, a Viksit Bharat. And in order to become a Viksit Bharat, science and technology is going to play a dominant role. And in that science and technology, our new age startups, industrial ecosystem needs to play a significant role. Then only the country can truly become a developed country or a Viksit Bharat. So in this context, we are actually working out a vision for the next 25 years. And in this vision, the Anusandhan National Research Foundation, ANRF, is going to play a significant role, because that will be the body which will be funneling the R&D programs in almost all areas of science and technology. As you know, today, although the DST was pioneer in setting up the startup ecosystem program, but over the years, other departments and ministries, for example, of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, MIT, the Department of Telecom, or Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, have also been funding R&D programs, and also have been funding incubators and the startups. One of the objectives of setting up of the NRF is to coordinate the activities of all the line ministries and bring them in a coordinated, cohesive fashion, so that we can also synergize the efforts of other ministries and other departments in making a larger national impact, rather than fragmenting the limited resources that we have. And that is the reason I said that the mission governing board is of the NRF is being chaired by the Prime Minister, and it has the secretaries of Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Department of Telecom, and Secretary of Ministry of New and Renewable Energy also being members of the board, so that it can be done in a coordinated, cohesive fashion. And as I mentioned, that about 10% of the funds will be allocated for the innovation ecosystem program. Now, in this context, as I know that we have a completely clean slate, and I would really look for ideas and concrete suggestions from you that how we can make a difference, and how in an innovative or disruptive way we can actually launch the programs to help the ecosystem. Since you know that the NRF was established as one of the major recommendations of the National Education Policy, the NEP 2020. And although NEP highlights the needs of higher education institutions to focus on research and innovations, it also has another important objectives, and that also I would like all of you to think, is to upscale our R&D ecosystems in tier 2 and tier 3 institutions and in tier 2, tier 3 cities. So that is also why we draw a blueprint in the NRF to improve the innovation ecosystem. We would like to be more inclusive and see that how we can improve the capacity in our tier 2, tier 3 institutions, how we can make them as spokespartners of our major tier 1 institutions like IITs and IISc or TIFR, and make them as partners. Because one of the major challenge that we have as our country is to increase the number of full-time equivalent R&D personnel, which is currently very, very low. And we cannot really aspire to become a global S&T player unless we have a substantial increase in the number of full-time equivalents R&D personnel. And in order to increase the full-time equivalents R&D personnel, we cannot just restrict ourselves only to few institutions, in the tier 1 cities. But given the size and scale of our country, we also need to expand and support other institutions as well. Now, that requires, of course, both resources and also mentoring and handholding. And now NRF will actually have a program where we will work with the state governments to see how we can actually support the state government institutions and universities and tie them up with the tier 1 institutions to improve the overall innovation ecosystem in the country. Finally, I think I would like to say that I believe that today's symposium will not just to be the celebration of all the accomplishments that this GDC center has, the center has done over the years, but I would view this as a platform where we can discuss and debate and foster partnerships to boost innovations and entrepreneurships. I believe that we have a very exciting time ahead, and if we do the things in a right way, because as I mentioned you that a lot of rupees have been put, but what is really, and of course, any amount of budget is less. Although, as I mentioned, that for National Quantum Mission itself, the government has put 6,000 to 7,000 crores. But the IBM, which is leader in the quantum computing, spends about $1 billion in R&D on the quantum every year for the last 2-3 years. So we are still not there, but we also do not yet have a capacity to absorb the fund and translate it into a transformative sort of landscapes. And once that is done, I'm pretty confident, both as an academic and also having lived in the government, that I think increasing the funding from the budgetary perspective from the government will not really be a problem if we are delivering as collectively, both as academics and also as innovators. I think we will be able to raise significant funding. As I mentioned that right now 14,000 crores has been there in NRF. We can perhaps go to 50,000 crores, but we have to really see how the budget that has been allocated is really result in some transformation and some tangible outcomes, so as to ask for sort of more funding. But I'm quite hopeful, and as we embark on this transformative journey towards sustained growth and creating a global leadership for ourselves, I hope that with your supports and your ideas, we will be able to make that transformations. So thank you once again for inviting me for this talk. I'll be happy to take any questions if there are any questions, and but more importantly, if you have some concrete ideas that what we should do, I will be really happy to look at it. If there are best practices from elsewhere in the world, we will also be happy to sort of look at it and adopt in the Indian context. So thank you, and I think.
Sir, I'm Paul Dayandeep, faculty in college in engineering. I know you when you were in IIT Bombay. My objective and my strong recommendation, Father Agnell College of Engineering in Bombay has done a lot of work on quantum computing and quantum sensing, which you were addressing today. And I had attended an STTP program last year in 2023. So I would strongly recommend any startup shall be done in Father Agnel College.
So we have a call for proposals. I think they are most welcome
Okay.
to sort of apply there.
Since my inception of teaching started in Bombay, that's what.
Dr. Murli?
Sir, so I wanted to get some old projects from DST. That was mainly the research done in IIT Madras, because I was an alumnus. But the DST said we don't stack all these project reports submitted to the DST, funded DST projects. So
Yeah.
I also tried in CSIR also. They said we don't collect and keep it, because the copies are sent there. They're all throwing it out. So they should, you should just publish it, the projects completed by the all institutions funded by DST every year, the net, so that people wanted to continue the projects can make use of it and collect their.
Yeah, I think so I think in the olden days, there used to be like hard copies, and those hard copies used to be submitted, and over the years, it just gets piled up. But now, with having a completely online portal and all submissions now online, now we get the review reports, etc., everything online. It will be archived.
Because
So-
I also reviewed few projects for DST.
Yeah. So I think.
Even I'm not able to get the project which I reviewed and
Right.
recommended to DST.
So, forget about you, even the project which I have done, the DST will not have records.
So money-
but it will be changed now, because we are now moving it into completely online platform.
Yes.
So it will be archived now.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, my question next. My name is Chandran. I run a angel network called Campus Angels Network. I am on the board of IIM Calcutta Innovation Incubation Park, and I'm also a principal advisor to the SSN Incubation Foundation. One unique request. See, I used to be the CEO of SSN Incubation Foundation. See, there is a, for incubators, TBA, I think the scheme was not there for 1-2 years. The not active scheme, ITBA recently came. And to raise CSR, the incubators, they have to be classified as TBI for availing CSR funds. There is a clause like that. Otherwise, they can't take equity in the incubatees. So this is something which you need to set right. I don't know how it can be done. We applied to DST. We asked DST, at least you call us TBI. We don't have to give us any TBI, funds. But there is no response. I don't know whether I'm able to communicate what I want.
No, I understand. So you are talking of two issues. One is the provisions in the CSR Act, which requires an incubator to be classified as TBI
Correct.
before become eligible for CSR. Right? That's what.
That's right.
Another thing is the recognition of the incubator as a TBI. Now, I have to look at it, because see that in the DST, we are not becoming like as a certifying agency that, any incubator comes and say that you certify that we are a TBI and then we will become eligible. So we have not set up a mechanism like this. If we have supported some incubator, then we call it as a DST TBI, so that becomes automatic. But what you are saying is that, no, you're not DST TBI, but we need that recognition. So we don't yet have a mechanism. But let me, I think I will have I'll
If
see
we can
what
look
be
into
done.
it, it will
Yes,
be great.
yes.
Thank you so much.
First of all, Dr. Kandika, fantastic talk and putting forward the vision of DST in taking the larger picture as well as the ANRF together. I'm Taslim Arif Syed from CCAM. I had an opportunity to be on the roundtable on Sunday morning when you had to step out for at the Fast India. But I think at the ANRF, if I may, I wanted to ask a question. As we attempt to build science and technology-based larger, society which drives economy and the development and the parity, one of the most important thing in the research component would be, in addition to do a really strong fundamental research, is a translation of research, which is a very important component, which is also the topic of today's thing, inculcating academic entrepreneurship, which possibly requires a much stronger emphasis going forward, considering the amazing early stage discoveries which are being built, but are not going forward because they are only seen from an entrepreneurship perspective.
Yeah.
But research translation as a platform, independent platform, could be a phenomenal component to provide the parallel way of research translation. I thought I'll just seek your thoughts on that as well.
No, I think, thank you very much. In fact, that suggestion has come up that, as a part of the NRF, we set up the Translational Research Center. So if you have some concrete ideas now my apologies, but really as a Secretary DST, I'm now really looking for some concrete actionable items. Since I have been in this profession for more than 3 decades, I know all the vision that there should be academia, industry, partnership, industry should fund, lot of supports, all those. And as you rightly mentioned that, we have to have emphasis on translation. Now the question is, what do we do? Should we set up translational research centers? Or should we do something differently? That is where, because if I go back to the DST and if I say, there is some suggestion that, so we have a standard mechanism, set up a center of excellence, translational research center. There will be a call for proposals. There will be some submission, some 4 or 5 translational research center projects. That is how, the question is whether we should do this way or whether we should do something differently, what should be the format of that, and how it can be done in a directed way. So I think I'm really looking for some concrete ideas in this, and if you can, not today, but if you can email otherwise also, we will be really happy to look at it.
I'll send it out.
Yeah, okay. So my little comment is very related to what Taslim brought up, is looking at translational mode of research. Traditionally, not just DST, the government has been very reluctant to support funding of, say, startups or even private parties. But a lot of the translation is very much possible between academia all the way to translation is possible only through private enterprise. That could be startups, for instance. And now I'm very encouraged to hear from you that the ANRF has a component of where startups can receive funding. So one of the suggestions would be to sort of inculcate this concept into all your programs, where if there's a partnership between an academic group and say a startup or even a non-startup but a private enterprise. I know that getting this through the finance will have its own challenges, but if that can be inculcated as a policy, then it would be easier for you to see better translation as well as more collaborative research that can happen and leading to translation. And maybe even reaching the market.
Yeah, I agree. I think that is, so in fact, we started in a small way. So these mission hubs that we set up on the cyber physical system, so DST is not directly funding to the startups, but we are giving money to the mission hubs, which is being set up at the Section 8 company, not for profit, and they can in turn give money to the startups. So that has been done. For example, the mission hub that was set up in the area of cyber security in IIT Kanpur, they have supported some about 10-15 startups by giving the money to them. So it was the DST funding only, but it wasn't given directly by the DST to the startups, but it was given through the mission hub. So we have started doing that. But ANRF will be a fund itself, and as you know that the ANRF, it is called foundation. We would also like, in the ANRF to co-fund with the industry and co-fund with the investors also. So that is also one of the objectives of the ANRF. In fact, we would like, the industry CSR funds also to co-fund with the ANRF, because we can really supplement. I mean, there is only so much limited resources, and you know, the government alone cannot fund the entire you know, R&D programs or things. So we would need industry, we would need CSR, we would need philanthropists. And ANRF allows that flexibility to co-fund, which can actually supplement the efforts of, let's say, the CSR or the philanthropy or the industrial R&D. So that way, actually, we can pool the resources.
Yeah, my name is Guru Shankar. I run a startup and also an alumnus of this company, and we also did GDC, one of the earliest second cohort or something. One thing with respect to the translation from research to thing, the other program that we are IDEX grant winners. IDEX is a program where we have seen we solve real challenges from the defense. That's run by, I think, defense MOD. How would these collaborate? Because there also the challenges are fairly deep tech, and also there is collaboration now with the IndusX collaboration between US academics and Indian startups. We are part of that also. How would that work? And are you looking at DST from a primarily Indian research perspective, or will it involve collaboration with foreign universities, and that would give us more acceleration in the research area?
Yeah, so I think let me just answer, you had two questions. So one is, as far as the IDEX is concerned, yes, I mean, that is an initiative of the Ministry of Defense, and we would have several initiatives, you know, like this as a part of the NRF and so on. As part of the international collaborations, yes, I think the international collaboration is very much a part of the NRF. I did not speak about it, but it is very much a part. In fact, we are NRF, once it is operationalized, we will sign up with NSF, with the Department of Energy and so on, to sort of co-fund the R&D with the US government. Similar interests have been shown by the Europeans, partners and other partners. So I did not dwell upon it, but the DST does a major international collaborations. In fact, we have a full international cooperation division. DST also appoints science attaché or a science counselor in Indian embassies in Washington, DC, in Russia, in Germany, and in Japan. And we are thinking of extending it to, for example, now Switzerland and UK. So we have a full international, we are part of the mega science projects like CERN and LIGO and 30-meter telescopes or square kilometer array and a fair. So we are also part of the major mega science. So we have a full international cooperation division which is collaborating with the foreign governments in R&D, mega science and so on. And going forward, there is an interest to sort of collaborate with on the startups in ecosystem as well. There is a likelihood of an agreement we reach with the French government also. We have a DST has 3 institutes. We have a Indo-French institute, CEFIPRA. We have a Indo-German institute, and with the US we have a Indo-US Science Technology Forum. All the 3 bodies are part of the DST. But focus of these mostly has been on academic R&D, and now there, of course, there is an interest to expand it to translational research, startups, entrepreneurs, etc. And that we are really working on it.
Interest of time, can we have last 2 questions, please?
Can I go? Okay, thanks for sharing the vision of, I think, NRF. I think it's really wonderful. So one of the, I don't know, limitations which we found in the earlier system of this extramural research funding is, suppose if I take an area like medical technology. So I've been part of about 5 ministries in committees and visioning exercise, but none of these talk to the other 4. you know, whether it's DBT BIRAC or whether it's ICMR, whether it's Ministry of Pharmaceutical, DST, MeitY, everybody had medtech visioning exercise, but though I was part of all of them, but I have not seen any of the other 4 joining. I don't know whether this ANRF will at least remove those limitations, and also maybe with ANRF, will they continue to exist and still do? I don't know, how does that work? Maybe
so I think, let me answer this question like this. Yes, I think I completely agree with you that there has been less coordination. That is number one. Number two, yes, ANRF is supposed to do the coordination. And since the Prime Minister is chairing and since other secretaries are there, I hope it will get definitely coordinated. Number 3 is that, you know, everyone wants to protect their own turf. So it may not happen soon, but it will happen in the long run. And finally, having said all these, you know, as an academic, if I view myself as an academic faculty in IIT or as a startup founder, if there are multiple options of funding, they are welcome. The only thing is that they should not be working at cross purposes. And if we can pool the resources to do the same thing, then we can make that impact. So we should not lead to fragmentation. So that is the only thing, and hopefully that will get synergized with the NRF. So with the NRF, it is quite possible that ICMR may still fund the medical research, but at least the directions can get set up through the NRF, and NRF funding can join hands with ICMR and supplement and make it better or more. So I think that is what the hope is. It is not like that that setting up of the NRF, all other fundings will be dried up. That is not the objective. I mean, the objective is really to enhance the funding and avoid the fragmentation. So that.
I think we'll have, Subbu will have last question also. You ask a question, after that Dr. Varadarajan will ask and we'll close the show.
Yeah, I have just a small question. In fact, DST also funds for capacity building.
Yeah.
Particularly for the science and technology professors, teaching staff and all. I know one of the schemes that is faculty development program of 2 weeks duration, which I know the DST we have been funding from last 35 years. And there has absolutely not been change in that program at all. Still the same program is being funded, program is continuing. So there is a need to revamp the whole thing. It is designed when there was no startup ecosystem at all. And we need to have programs like what GDC does now. That is more relevant and more apt for the faculty members of science and technology, which will lead to translational, research.
I think your point is well taken. That is whole the purpose of me coming here. If again there is a concrete blueprint for this, we will be happy to revamp that and bring in a new program. Absolutely. I think that's, I mean, I agree that, these programs now require changes, but changes are done by stakeholders only. So that is where, that was one of the reasons I really agreed to come here. And if you give the concrete suggestions, we will be happy, because ultimately, the aim of the ministry of any program is really to help the stakeholders. So if the stakeholders require this, we will be happy to modulate that way.
I think Dr. Karandikar is saying, don't give me ready to cook schemes, give me ready to eat schemes. So Dr. Varadarajan, your question.
Thank you.
This will be the last question.
Thank you, sir. I am Sudhir Varadarajan. My suggestion more is in terms of, can NRF really look at softer issues? I see the focus more on technology and others, especially around learning or change. We don't really have focused research in these areas, right? What is really learning, and because that is very fundamental when we talk about innovation. So these softer elements, can they be funded as part of NRF?
I think they can be, because as I already mentioned, that NRF came out of the recommendations of the National Education Policy, and the National Education Policy does envisage a holistic learning environment. So under the broad umbrella of the capacity building, because this is obviously a part of the capacity building, we can definitely look at some of the programs which are actually meant for what you are talking of. The only sort of difference is that since it is the National Research Foundation with a broad focus on science and technology, there needs to be some technology component in these learning programs.
No, that's where I'm asking. Like areas like learning, design, there doesn't seem to be any research funding into those areas.
Yeah.
If you look at their entire ecosystem, but these are very critical for all that we are talking in terms of technology diffusion, commercialization, and all. Without really addressing these problems, we will not. And can we create some unique knowledge which is relevant to this country?
Yeah.
That's totally absent.
No, I agree. So if you can create, if you can give a suggestion, or if you can create a program which is really shows its linkages with what you are talking of in terms of deployment, dissemination, or diffusion of technology, its appropriate usage, its context in terms of overall human capacity and development, and if that can be linked with that, yes, I mean, one can design a program like this. See, again, as I said, that the slate is really clean. It is really up to the NRF to design a program like this. Even DST can design like this if you give a shape to this program and link it, that how this program is relevant in the context of the technology diffusion. So I think that is possible.
Thank you so much, Dr. White. Excellent to hear you out, and
thank you.
We rarely get the voice of government standing and answering questions. We would love to have more questions towards you, but for paucity of time, we really thank you for sharing the thing. And over the lunch, we'll have more time with Professor Abhay to chat up and ask questions. So I request Dr. Abhay to take a minute. We would like to express our sense of gratitude by giving a small memento to you. I request Raghu to hand over a flower bouquet to Professor Abhay. Thank you. So I request my colleague Surya Kumari to hand over a small book to you in the area of artificial intelligence. Raghu specifically chose this book for you. So once again, thanks a lot for Professor Abhay to share his thoughts on the transformational changes that's coming up in DST with the ANRF being formed and chaired by Prime Minister of India to give the focus and direction towards DSTs for the future to come. Indeed, very good news is that it's going to get a big boost for science and technology to leap forward to get into commercialization. So there's a saying in Tamil, we already reached close to about lunchtime now, and there's a saying in Tamil which goes like this: Sevikku unavaliyil sirudhu vaitrukkum unavuduvum, which means that if intellect is not fed with, then you start feeling hunger. We have more intellect coming inside as the next session, and kindly bear with us for about 30 minutes before we break for lunch. I know it's a tough session for the next panel to take through, but I think bear with us, it will be a very, very interesting session to listen to. I request Rajiv Kumar Jain, Chief Operating Officer of Gopalakrishnan Deshpande Center for Innovation, to come on stage. And Rajiv will be in conversation with Professor Krishnan Balasubramaniam. Please welcome both these gentlemen on stage. To give a quick intro about Professor Krishnan Balasubramaniam, he has been a trailblazer, and he is the type of efforts he has taken to translate academic research into startups is legion in IIT, so much so that people call about Krishnan model of entrepreneurship. So he has spawned off many research coming from his lab and converted that into startup ideas, and probably I lost count of how many startups he has really developed from his lab and made them successful. So Krishnan comes with a background of mechanical engineering from regional engineering called Trichy, as it was called those days, and then did his master's and PhD from Drexel University, Philadelphia, and then came back to India to teach in IIT Madras in the area of mechanical engineering and non-destructive testing. And he is the center head for non-destructive testing. He's also the institute chair professor as well as the professor in charge of GDC. And it will be a pleasure to hear out Professor Krishnan and his vision of lab to market. And in conversation with him will be Rajiv Jain. He is the COO of GDC. He has a career starting with a non-engineering background. Is an odd man out, but then he has ensured that he is well accounted as an engineer within our own crowd really the past several years. He comes with an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. He has held senior positions in industry in the solar industry as well as tire manufacturing, and last corporate assignment was heading a tire manufacturing facility in Bangladesh, and he took a call to come back and do work with academic institutions. I think both these gentlemen are ready to have a conversation which will be quite enriching to all of us. Sit back, relax, enjoy. Over to you, gentlemen.
No, we'll stand. We've been sitting.
It's the old teacher's punishment to stand.
Am I audible? Yeah, okay. Good afternoon. And as very eloquently said in Tamil, we certainly don't want you to stay away from lunch for too long. Okay, so you don't want to starve your mind. So, with Rajiv and I are a part of GDC, and what we are trying to pose a question, and this is going to be a very interactive session, where we would love to have your inputs also. So what I would also suggest is after the couple of minutes, we will probably move down below, and so that we can take questions, we'll move around the audience and talk to you also, as much as we talk to each other. The question that Raghu posed is, we have completed 5 years. I think we are very proud of what we have accomplished in the 5 years. Some of the numbers, as you can probably see, if you would look in the back of your program, we are closing on about 75 institutions across India today, which means we have touched more than 75 institutions, more than 400 teams. Each team may have several entrepreneurs and faculty members involved. Totally about getting close to 400 faculty members, more than 1,200 entrepreneurs, and of which 27% are women, which is something that we're very proud of, and especially in engineering, that's a very big accomplishment. So, given the fact that we have done a fair bit in the last 5 years, what do we plan for the next 5 years? Okay, and I think the topic is given is, can we go from 75 institutions to 1,000 institutions? So that is the question. So with that, let me start asking questions to Rajiv here, my colleague, as to, Rajiv, what do you think? Would it make sense for us to sort of aim for 1,000 institutions in, say, by 2028, 2029 time frame? Does it make sense, or should we actually look at it more conservatively and focus on fewer institutions? And what actually motivates us to go that big?
So if you aim for the stars, you'll probably land at the moon. So I think this is more. So this is more in terms of setting a vision. And I think what we have heard since the morning, that the whole ecosystem of the country's startup movement seems to be now at the takeoff stage, where there has been a lot of work which has been done. And what Dr. Karandikar was also talking a short while back, that the whole process of innovation and entrepreneurship coming forward has to be taken to tier 2, tier 3 cities and institutions out there. So definitely, 75,000, when we look at it, when we try to see it from the context of today, yes, it looks difficult, but I think that's what we have to do.
See, we have about 4,000 STEM colleges in India. So we're talking about trying to cover about 25% of the total available STEM colleges. If we're going to try to even get there, what do you think, and how do we even try to accomplish that? I mean, is there a model that you would propose that we would take it forward? I mean, it's not possible for GDC. GDC is now at 75. It's very interesting to say that GDC has very limited resources, and with the value that we have brought in with very limited resources has been commendable. But if you want to scale to say 1,000 institutions, what model would you think will work better? Given the fact that ICOR is a program that is in US, and they have some models that they have looked at. So what is the model that might work in India?
So see, in a case like GDC, we are not talking of creating any physical infrastructure. When we are saying that we have to be able to reach 1,000 universities and technology business incubators, we are really saying that anyone who has an entrepreneurial aspiration from 1,000 or probably all the 4,000 institutions has access to the kind of capability development that GDC provides. So we are not talking of creating a physical infrastructure, we are just saying that access has to be there. Now, if this has to be taken to 1,000, the way I see it is that GDC is also pretty much like a startup. And GDC in the last 5 years, I would say has accomplished or reached the stage of validating its MVP and saying that yes, what we have to offer solves the problems for our customers, and we are now charting out a bigger market. The question here is that, are we saying that 1,000 GDCs need to be created? No. What we are saying is that we've developed a fundamental approach, a fundamental body of knowledge through the 4 programs that are fine-tuned and stabilized, and we need to be able to create the necessary vehicle to make these available to this audience that we want to cater to. And within this, what we are saying is that GDC on its own cannot reach these 1,000 institutions. The model that we are proposing and the vision that we have is that we want to be able to create something like a hub and spoke model where GDC acts as a hub and we have spokes that are created that are operating virtually. So today, everything that GDC does happens out of a small core team of the GDC team. Plus, over a period of time, we have created or trained more than 15 instructors who are associated with GDC. We have trained more than 125 mentors who've been associated with GDC. Now, we are saying that somehow this ecosystem of instructors and mentors has to be grown in geometric progression so that there can be a spoke at a Bangalore, there can be a spoke at a Delhi, there can be a spoke at a Guwahati, there can be a spoke at a Kanpur, and these spokes are then doing or catering to the ecosystem around them, around the geography, and so that's the model that we are visualizing. The big thing to be done in this, Krishnan, is that we need to be able to create that pool of instructors, and we need to be able to attract that pool of mentors who can take this forward.
So what I'm hearing from you is, so what we need, and we sort of getting started on this, is to leverage the fact that you can scale pedagogy or experiential pedagogy, as we would like to call it, taking advantage of technology that's available today. It's also possible that if you have the content somewhat ready, then you can actually scale it. I mean, this has been done by so many online, edtech, companies and others. The question that comes to my mind is, are we in the same mold? Is it possible? Because I strongly believe that we do not just, it's just not about pedagogy. It's about an interaction. It's about an experiential learning. That's what GDC provides.
Sure.
Right. So it's not, and in fact, if you look at it, our pedagogical content is rather limited. Okay. It's more of an experiential content where the cohort teams actually go out, they interact with their stakeholders, they come back, and then the instructors and the mentors work together with the teams, and then they try to discover what they have learned or what they have not learned, and then validate their models and assumptions. This is what our thing. So one of the things that we will have to take into account is the fact that you need a lot of instructors.
Yes.
You need a lot of mentors.
Yes.
Right. And so, so we need to extensively, grow these mentor club as well as the instructor, portfolios that we have. So, is it possible for us to do it as GDC, or where do you see the support coming from? Where do you expect the support to come from to grow this to where we probably need about, maybe if you have talking about 1,000 institutions, you probably need about 150, 200 instructors, probably, about 400, 500 mentors, deeply committed to this. How will you go about doing that? It needs money.
First, what have we started doing towards that? I think our thought process is that the hub and spoke model would primarily work with the Induct program, which is the foundational program where entrepreneurs are coming in and they say that I have this desire to create a startup, and I have already a technology or a proof of concept that works. And we expose them to the reality of the business world in a short 4-week program. And we say that, okay, you think you've made a injection which works, painless injection, if I am to take the example of one of the teams that came to our cohort. But do you know the existing market for injections? Do you know how injections are used? What's happening in the market out there? The second question is, are you the right set of people to take it forward? Are you attuned to the reality that this is probably a 5 to 10 year journey for you? So this is the program which we think that can be taken to these 1,000 institutions, and it really creates a funnel, it creates a pipeline for entrepreneurs to get filtered out, for the serious entrepreneurs to say that, okay, yes, I want to go forward. We've done 5 cohorts of this, and we've realized that we have something like a 30 to 40% rate of people saying that, no, entrepreneurship is different from what I visualized. So in terms of freezing the pedagogy, arriving at the process, I think it's a very, very condensed process, and it's what Raghu said in the morning, that it is not something that can be taught, but it is something that can be learned. So the moment you expose people to the right set of questions in a right setting, people do discover the truth with themselves. So this is the program that we want to take national at a large scale, but I think there are 2 things which are required for this. One is obviously the funding, and the second is some evolution in thought process at the policy level. Now, as far as funding is concerned, I wish Dr. Karandikar was here, because I'm actually delivering a concrete solution to him, ready-made, that he could adopt, but I'm sure we'll have a conversation.
We'll probably share the recordings to him.
We'll have a conversation with him later on. See, what we are saying is that this needs to be funded from some source. Okay, today GDC is funded philanthropically, and the resources are obviously limited. So there needs to be some funding that comes into this, and we feel that there are 2 players in the ecosystem who have to gain from this, who have a stake in this, and probably can or should look at funding this. One is corporates, and the other is obviously the government funding. Now, as far as the corporates is concerned, we've started making some progress. We've done this program recently with ArcelorMittal, where they said that we are looking for startups which can actually lead to decarbonization of the steel industry. And we have 3 of the startups exhibiting here today. So Corporates, I think, are one source of funding. The second source of funding is obviously the government. And as far as the government is concerned, if I have to take the liberty of giving an analogy, if I want to develop cricket in the country, I need to do a few things. I need to make sure that there are enough people interested in playing cricket. I need to make sure that there is an infrastructure to play cricket. I need to make sure that there are sufficient fora and platforms for people to be able to compete and come and enjoy cricket. But one important piece, very important piece, which I think needs to be fixed, is that you need good coaches to coach these people who want to become cricketers. They know how to play cricket. There is some aspect of their learning that requires some people who will build capacity in them. And this is what I would say that, when we are talking of the NRF, we are talking of 10% of that budget being demarcated for entrepreneurship, and I would say maybe 10% of that 10%, which means 1%, should be demarcated for capacity building of these entrepreneurs on the entrepreneurial side.
So actually, you bring a very interesting and valid point, okay? And a very good example of cricket, where cricket was, say, 35 years ago to where it is today. It's an amazing transformation, right? And many things have to happen to make something like this evolve, and the ecosystem suddenly starts to self-energize and move forward. So in order to do that, if you look at the end of the day, if you look at what, if I ask you what is that one thing, and I'm sure everybody has a different answer probably, but if there's one thing that, if you ask me what is the one thing that made cricket where it is today in India, I would say it is a significant part of that has to evolve or we point towards the fact that it's money. The IPL, for example, it was money. It was the lure of the fact that you can be very successful, and the success was democratized because you could actually play at club levels and make it big. And your ability to be recognized is much better. So so in order to do that, how do we go about motivating entrepreneurs? How do we go about motivating academicians to take the plunge? Because the resistance is always there because they are very comfortable where they are. And I know that we've been doing this for the last 5 years. But when you do this beyond a certain group, then it becomes more challenging, especially when you go to the Tier 2 and Tier 3 universities, it becomes more challenging. So what are the steps that we should do in terms of motivating them, in terms of showing them what is possible, and again, the challenges that you might face when you go and expand it to the Tier 2 and Tier 3 institutions?
See, I personally don't see a challenge in terms of the other side. I think money is coming in. Entrepreneurship has become accepted as a career option amongst youngsters. There is realization even amongst academicians and researchers that yes, this is the way to go. I think a lot of things have been fixed as a part of that. Today, universities' evaluation criteria involve entrepreneurship component. Today, the evaluation criteria for an academician also, is veering towards where entrepreneurship is something. Institutions are coming forward and saying that, yeah, I have an entrepreneurship policy. I have, willing to give sabbaticals to this thing. So we at GDC feel that a lot of pieces are falling into place in the larger ecosystem. The one thing where the appreciation needs to develop is the appreciation of what capacity development on the business side can lead to. GDC has done, let's say, 380 odd or 400 startups in the last 5 years. And we have 14 startups displaying today. 14 startups means 4% of what has been through GDC. That's a very, very good percentage. And, even if we have 20% or 25% startups which are reaching this level, I mean, that's fantastic outcome for the kind of limited resources which are being put into this. So I think what is really required for this to scale up is, I would say, corporates and government looking at this component of capacity building as something that needs to be done deliberately.
Is it okay for me to also summarize what you're saying, that startups, an emergence of startup is only one of the objectives that we aim for?
Sure.
Right. I mean, many of the participants that have gone through this, whether it's faculty or students, probably have decided it's not to go forward with a startup or a company. But what I always gather back from them is it has always been transformative. The mindset change. In fact, whenever I talk to any administrator in any university and I talk about GDC, I keep telling them that whether you have an outcome in the form of startup, that is only one of the outcomes that you can expect. But more importantly, you have entrepreneurial thinking and the mindset that changes the way faculty actually take forward their career or their research. In fact, we have had many faculty come back and say that it has changed the way they interact with their grad students. It's changed the way they even teach, because they start looking at some concepts and it's driven by the end user requirement rather than, so it's like you're not pushing what you're looking at what's pulling, and then you're modifying your content to that. And that's absolutely changed the way they even teach. So given the transformation that we are looking at, wouldn't that be a much bigger contribution in terms of capacity building?
Sure.
Wherein they may not do a venture, but then the way they approach a problem, the way they approach a research, the way they even try to interact with students, it will be a game changer.
So, they say that once you learn how to cycle, you can never forget how to cycle unless you have a brain injury. And entrepreneurship is something like that. If you've been through something and, in our programs, we actually work towards the skills manifesting themselves in the duration of the program. So we are saying capacity building, skill development, and these skills of the learning start manifesting within the duration of the program. And that's how we have designed our programs. If a program is 4 weeks, it's designed to make sure that those skills can be learnt in those 4 weeks. If a program is 8 weeks. So even if at the end of it, the startup success rate at a national level is 3%, 5% or whatever, and startups which go through these programs may have a 30% success rate or 15% success rate. What is invested in those entrepreneurs who've been through this program is a national capability development which is happening.
Sure. So what we will do is, we don't want to delay lunch by too much, but we'll probably spend about 4 or 5 minutes just going around, and if anybody has any questions or comments, feel free to just raise your hands, and one of us will bring the mic near you. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Rajiv, you can take him, and
sure.
I will get started here.
Hi, I'm S. Nagarajan. In the concept that you talked about, the hub and spoke, have you considered using the incubators? Because if you look at the Indian situation, we have about 1,000 incubators close to that in the country. Out of that, about 500, I think, are very, very small and are connected to STEM institutions and so on. So have you considered that we can empower these incubators to do this?
Yes. So I think that's something which I missed out mentioning, that the idea is that the spoke would necessarily be nested in some institution of eminence in that geography. Because we cannot have, a group of people just operating out of orbit. So the idea is that, today we have 25 IITs, so maybe, these centers can be, or these initiatives can be nested in some of these. So that's the plan that we are working to.
Yeah, myself Suresh Kodur. I'm the Director for Academia Industry Collaboration at Amrita University at Coimbatore. So I'm basically actually last 3 decades in the industry and recent, coming into academia. So 2 points I want to ask. Like, one is that, again, like, what would be GDC's modus operandi if we want to collaborate with each university? Say you have 75 and now suppose we want to engage with GDC. What is the modus operandi? What are the things like GDC would contribute to, and how we will take that engagement? That's one. Second is actually from what I see, the reluctance of the faculty to get into entrepreneurship. Even more than that, even to engage with industry on projects, the very primary reason is the university's evaluation policy. That contributes to it in a very big scale, because your evaluation more focus on the number of papers published. Say you get 10 credits for a publication, why would you go and spend your effort in industry projects or for entrepreneurship? It needs to, you need to have a relook at this. I keep telling in every forum that they should get much more credit for industry projects, IP creations, and not just patent filing or publication. As someone said in the speech, the impact what they create. So will GDC, kind of take initiative to drive that policy change across university systems?
No, so I will go back to what Desh said.
So I will let you answer the first one. I'll try to answer the second one.
I'm answering the second one first.
Yes. Because, see, he's directed at faculty, so I will try to answer
so
the second one.
So, I think our philosophy is what Desh mentioned in his talk, that you focus on the ones that have high potential to succeed. And you will have 1/3 of the people come along with you. And the other 30%, another 1/3 will probably be sitting and watching, and they'll get converted over a period of time. And 1/3 will not get converted, which is fine. Okay. So I think from the second issue which you raised, the idea is to be able to make it available to anyone who has some science and has that entrepreneurial bug. You can take a horse to water, but you cannot make him drink. So we are not wanting to change people's fundamental intent to entrepreneurship. We are focused on helping people who decided to become entrepreneurs.
Yeah, so exactly. So that is, see, you got to work from multiple angles, all right? And we would be very thrilled to come and work with you. And so we do have, short programs to medium-sized programs to long programs that we can work with you on. But the question that you ask is very relevant, okay? And this is the fundamental concept that we keep trying to drive, is that how do you go away from your comfort zone? Okay, how do you go away from a comfort zone and move into where you see value in it? Okay, so how do you have a value proposition to a faculty who is very comfortable publishing papers, graduating students, and getting promoted as we speak? Okay, so this is where we need to, and as Raghu mentioned in the beginning, every time we try to do this, it's one faculty at a time. All right, so it takes an effort, it takes a commitment. Okay, now usually, like anything else, then the cascade happens. All right. I remember when I tried to push the intellectual property office in IIT Madras, and those days we were doing like very small numbers. And so I actually went around asking a lot of US university IP offices to how did you do this? And many of them told me that it's not easy to do it even there, right? But then one guy told me that he had the same problem till one of the faculties drove in a Ferrari, and the next day his office was flooded. All right, but I realized that would not work in India. That alone will not work in India. Okay, so you have to find what is the incentive that will make it happen. Promotion and your evaluation being only one. There are many other reasons why a faculty or a student would love to be doing what they want, what you like to do. So this is an area that we need to work very hard on. Okay.
I think we are out of time, so we'll.
Can I just make one point to add to this? Now, I'm quoting hard statistics. We have worked with 288 faculty. 70% faculty are trying entrepreneurship for the first time. What does it tell you? It tells you that we have managed to get people out of the woodwork, if I can use that word, right? They are, for whatever reason, they're not willing to come, try their incubator or wherever else. But they have come to our program. In our program, the success rate is about 55%. About 55%, decide to go ahead, others. So they are not afraid to come and, let me use the word fail. This idea doesn't work. It's not seen as a failure. It is seen as something that didn't work. I have now learned how to think, how to make it work. I will go and do that. So that is where the solution lies. The solution lies in popularizing the program, getting them to try, making it easier for them to not use the word fail, but say, this doesn't work because I did it sitting in an ivory tower in my lab. The world outside is different. I now need to adapt to this. I think you have taken the first step towards entrepreneurship. And I think this program is doing that.
I think there was a very interesting session. More questions, well beyond our lunch time. We don't want to keep hungry people around. We'll break for lunch now. Lunch is being served in the hall adjacent to this hall. Since we are already behind time, request you to conclude lunch and be back here by around 2:15. We have a very interesting session lined up post-lunch. Please do come back. Thank you. Good afternoon and a warm welcome back after lunch. So we have a session now, panel discussion on the topic of translating research to impact in academia. That's the title of the session now. We have three eminent panelists to be moderated by my colleague KV Anand. I'll quickly introduce the panelists and invite them to come on stage. First I'll try to bring my colleague KV Anand, who's going to moderate the entire program. KV Anand is the Chief Innovation Officer with the Gopalakrishnan Deshpande Center for Innovation. He has a career spanning probably about 25 years across media industry. He has spent a substantial amount of time in Hong Kong, US and Canada, engaging with many academic institutions in his career. And he has been with the GDC right from the beginning, right from the first cohort. He has been engaged with the GDC, and he takes care of our program coordination, creation of new program structures, and works in the role of a Chief Innovation Officer. He'll be moderating the entire session as we go along. So we have three panelists today, and I would like to introduce Professor P.V. Madhusudan Rao, Professor of Mechanical Engineering at IIT Delhi, and request him to come on stage, please. Professor Rao has did his mechanical engineering masters from IIT Benares Indian University, followed by a PhD from IIT Kanpur, and he has been a guest researcher to the US government's National Institute of Standards and Technology, and he has been into several academic research and innovation committees of Government of India, which include DST, DBT, Ministry of Pharmaceuticals, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, ICMR, All India Council of Technical Educations, University Grants Commission, BIRAC, and many more areas. And Professor Rao has been a prolific researcher and helping many of his academic research work to be translated into startup companies, and he has been also on the board of quite a few startup companies, and it's a pleasure for us to have him over here and share his thoughts with the audience over here. Thank you so much, Professor Rao. So next we have Dr. Taslim Arif to come on stage, please. Give a round of applause for Taslim. Taslim comes with a PhD in brain research from Max Planck Institute in Germany, and a postdoctoral training in University of California, San Francisco, and currently he is heading the CCAM facility in Bangalore, and his professional experience spans quite a bit of areas, like he's been an adjunct faculty in IIT Madras, adjunct faculty at Amrita Institute of School of Biotechnology, and he's been at the forefront of biology and biotechnology at CCAM, and he will add his perspective towards the panel discussion. Welcome. Thank you. So the third panelist today afternoon is Dr. Sudhir Varadarajan, and request him to come on stage, and with a round of applause, please. Sudhir is a person who comes with both academic as well as industry background. He spent some early part of his career in industry, and then chose to do his master's and PhD in IIT Madras, and then ultimately get into academics. He is currently the Associate Professor of Indian Institute of Information Technology at Kanchipuram, and it's a very unique IIIT where it focuses on design and manufacturing, and he started the first incubator in IIIT Kanchipuram, and enabled quite a bit of research to translate into solutions through startups. And he's also the Program Director of Ministry of Education's Program for Capacity Building on Design and Entrepreneurship, and a very involved person. I had an opportunity to interact with him in one of the panels, and he brings a lot of insights into how innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem can evolve. So I leave the floor to KB Anand to take the session forward. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us in the panel today. Taslim, Professor Rao, and Professor Sudhir. I think the topic is translating research to impact in academia. And I don't think there can be any better speakers or panelists than who we have here on the panel. Before we started, Taslim asked me, where is the question paper? Okay. He said, I'm nervous, I'm anxious. I said, I am nervous and I'm anxious because I'm going to talk to them. So actually, the theme, because it's translating research, most of the discussions will be around the topic. We will have about 40 to 45 minutes of panel discussion, and then we will open the floor for questions. We'll take about 15 minutes. We can take questions. I think there are more people who are yet to come in, but we'll get started anyway. I think introductions are done, so I'm not going to spend much time introducing the panelists once again. So I'll go straight to my question. I'll begin with Taslim, right? See, CCAMP, it has played a very, very important role. And in fact, in India, if we talk about, life sciences, immediately it's synonymous to CCAMP. CCAMP comes to my mind. And you are the CEO and director, and if I'm not wrong, you have been the one who has been guiding this institution from the beginning. You've been with CCAMP right from the beginning. So you have established CCAMP as the innovation hub in India. And one of your key focus areas in CCAMP is translational research, right? Which means it involves bridging the gap between academia, corporate or industry, and also, scientific researchers and so on. So you're really, working in an area which requires a lot of collaboration and government as well, not just the industry. And my question to you is, how can academic institutions in India effectively collaborate with industry partners, specifically industry partners, to commercialize their research and drive economic growth? That's the first question to you.
Thank you, and first of all, thanks for the invite, for being here. And a small thing, I have been at CCAMP since the beginning, but I took over as a CEO and director in 2016 or 17.
Right.
Like that. So, but have been involved, so just a small correction on it. But coming back, I think, and I think this is very connected to the question that I asked Dr. Karandikar as well. And in a way, when people talk about research translation, immediately there are few ways to happen. In terms of translation means, in a way, in simple words, you want to say that how the science actually moves forward towards validation of that science and establishing that as a technology, the technology that can be taken by the industry, right? In a way, in different fields across sciences, different fields have different levels where academia goes up to and then industry comes up to. It's a very important thing, right? So many people, when it happens in research, let's say, if I ask, let's take across science is here in India, from any funding agency, if you say 100 best papers which have come out, 100 best papers, whatever criteria you want to put in, you put in. How many of those papers actually have given the next phase of life for that science?
Right.
And different geographies would have different conversion rates. I think the geographies which are doing very well in innovations would have the highest conversion rate of those science actually moving forward in some form, in fact. And geographies who actually are not doing well in innovation actually would have one of the lowest conversion rate of your best science actually getting stuck in academia and not going out. And I don't think there is anybody's fault. I'm not putting anybody negative, but that is where the challenge is. And one of the reasons that challenge is because I think what we require is a comprehensive, multifactorial translation system. There cannot be a single way approach to actually say that this is how it would happen. There are multiple ways. You have to try anything and everything to ensure that research that demands that is strong enough to be taken forward has a platform to go forward.
Right.
It could be a direct industrial engagement, it could be a startup formation, it could be many. One of the things that I have felt strongly in scenarios which are where industry doesn't take it, right? Where, let's say if I am an academic faculty, and if I have something which is really, really stunning, you know, it's actually in the world-class level science, and then I, in a way, sometimes expect that because this knowledge has been generated, this should be taken up by industry, and why industry hasn't taken up. If you go to industry, industry says, yeah, it is there, but then they are saying it has to be mitigated. Risk mitigation has to happen. It has to be proven in a higher order system, in environments which are there. And what they want is an important aspect of, then they would take it. So translation, according to me, one of the important things we need to add a little bit more, should be driven for anybody. So let's say if I'm translating something for you, I should be seeking what you want.
Exactly, yeah.
Right? If we do not have that articulated well enough,
right.
If it is not centric to the person who is taking the baton forward, it will go in the directions which is drifting. Energy is there, your passion is there, your hard work is there, but you are not directly doing it. So one of the way we have attempted at CCamp, we have started a program which we call it as a Discovery to Innovation Accelerator, where we identify academic discoveries which are amazingly potential across India, then assess them for their potential, how well, novel, societal impact and so on. The ones which are shortlisted, we go and have deeper engagement with industry to say, what is that you want now? Would you be interested, first of all? If they say yes, which form factor would you be interested?
Right.
Would you be interested in, so they say, okay, if you do A, B, C, D, E on that, I will be very delighted to take it to my CSO and then take it from there.
Right.
So there is a movement that actually you are adding to that academic outcome, the translation that you're adding, which is industry centric, which is defined by industry. The research is not necessarily defined, I'm saying. But the translation step, which is very important, is now defined by industry because that's whom we are going to give and taken it forward. And this movement of the amazing science, which is a square, to a circle, which is now the validated technology, is actually very important. And then engagement with both of them, where you can understand the potential of academia, where you understand the demand and requirements of the industry, and then connect that, is a very important component to build it. And the more you do it, this will be fun. So we have, just to close on it, we have now done around 15 such deep science efforts in terms of projects. Very happy to share we have actually done 4 complete tech transfer on that, including one for incurable disease condition like sepsis to a Netherlands company, and one spin-off out of it. So it's a because it's a we are possibly beginner's luck, but because it's industry centric and it is only targeted for that, I think the conversions possibly could be higher, and we could achieve the original thing, amazing science, taken forward. I'll stop here and possibly expand later.
Actually, there are 2 things that I am very curious to talk more about, but I'll talk about it later. One is the geographical, the analysis that you have made about the geographical, characteristics. And the second thing is you're connecting more innovation means more translation, more innovation, right? So that actually, if I connect it with what you just said, that if I am innovating, but if I don't know what the person really wants, is it truly innovation? That's a fundamental question, right? So we'll probably talk about it. And DIA is something I have one more question about. I'll talk about it later. Thank you, Taslim. Right. Next we'll go to Professor Sudhir. You are the program director for capacity building on design and entrepreneurship, and you are involved in, you are really fostering innovation and entrepreneurship in education, right? So the question that I have for you is, it's actually 2 questions in one. How can academic programs be structured to encourage students to translate their research and design projects into impactful ventures? That's one. Connected question is, what are the key curriculum changes do you think Indian educational institutions could incorporate to encourage innovation and creativity among students? Most importantly, and how do you reward them?
Okay. So thank you, Anand, and also thank you for this opportunity to be here and share my experience. So looking at the first question, morning, I think Raghu also mentioned about entrepreneurialism being a quality or something which is deeply ingrained, and how do you bring it out? Now, this is something we need to start understanding, right? You look at an academic environment, today a lot of what we call as entrepreneurship and innovation is outside the curriculum, right? It is not really at the heart of the academic process. These are all peripheral entities getting set up, and it has made its own contribution and creating that ecosystem that has happened. Like last 7-8 years, I've been involved in this process from two angles. One is setting up the incubator and building an ecosystem around that. The other hand is our institute had some very specific mandate to bring design into its academic program. So we have experimented with a certain design-oriented engineering program. But if you look at general academic process, that is probably absent, right? So one of the key things is to look at how you bring this into any program. And when we say any program, it is not in terms of can you add one course here and one course there, right? So if I add one design thinking course, will it start bringing out this culture, or will I add one entrepreneurship course and is the job done? That is not the case. The basic thing is whatever courses you are doing, even you take one course in a semester, can you orient that course to bring out the design and entrepreneurial orientation among students? That is what is really required. That is one side. The other side is, do we really know what our input quality of students are? We have been doing, I mean, people can make some statements about quality of students and so on, but do we really know what the categorize the quality of students that we are getting today? And what is really required for the transformation to happen in the student from being an entry-level first-year students to potentially become an entrepreneur? This requires some deeper understanding, because I'll take an example of our institute. Our institute is one of the centrally funded institutions. It is in the 100 to 150 NIRF rank. We attract students in the median score, JEE mains median score around 30,000 or 35,000. Now last 4-5 years, we have been looking at, do we really know what the input quality is? So there are a few instruments that we have tried to understand what is the input quality. One is to understand the growth mindset of students. So there are some standard questionnaires that one can try. And what we see is 60 to 65% students already have a growth mindset. Now this is valid because if they have to get through the JEE system, without that mindset, they cannot even come to that stage, right? But two other parameters, we find something which is really worth understanding. The first one is the creativity indication, right? What is the creative potential at that stage, right? So when we run this test, we see that probably 80% people fall under what is called average creativity. The outliers are less than 5%, right? But the third test is the one which is most revealing, which is called the tolerance for ambiguity. We find less than 10% students have tolerance for ambiguity, which is on the higher side. Now when we talk about becoming an entrepreneur, this has to be a relatively high component. Now how do you take a first year student who is the fear of failure is very high, tolerance of ambiguity is low, creativity is on the average side, but there is a growth aspiration or an aspiration to do well, and a growth mindset is do well. And then take them through a process where they may discover that interest in entrepreneurship, right? This requires a systematic way of nurturing it semester by semester. And that is where what we have been saying is, if institutions can look at even changing one course in whatever they are already doing, if they are doing a fluid mechanics course, or they don't have to add new courses, but can they reorient one course in every semester to become more design and oriented, where it starts with addressing a problem rather than starts with telling them the principles. Like, I'll give you an example. If I want to teach physics of sound and other things, I can go and give a lecture on sound waves and the frequency and the equations related to that. Alternatively, I can ask them to build a flute. Right? All the material available to build a flute is there on the internet. People can download and and then build a flute by making. So when they go through this process, they make a lot of choices, trying to find out the material, trying to understand the physics behind that, trying to understand how to drill the holes, the accuracy of the holes, using different instruments to do this, and finally they have to learn how to blow into the flute to at least get those 7 notes. Now, we don't expect them to become a musician out of this, but when they go through this process, what we see is their whole understanding of all these concepts anyway is happening, right? But there is a lot more deeper engagement that has come through this process, where they believe at the end of that, if you ask them what do they want to do next, at least 40% say they want to learn the flute, which is a good thing. Another 40% say maybe they will keep it as a memento, right? But it is something which they are able to own. This is a very small exercise done in one course, but you can see the engagement beginning to happen with things around them. Today, that engaging with things around them is a very weak process. So like that, every semester you need to have one course where this orientation, engaging with the context, can start developing. And after about 2 years, when they are discovering some area of interest, then you start channeling them towards right direction. So this is what we have been suggesting as bringing a design and entrepreneurial orientation into an academic process. Now, how to do that? There are lots of things which can be done. Now, this is where I also want to bring out a certain another facet to this. One of the things we also see is when you introduce them to simple activities, like we have given an instruction of what they need to do, 4 steps. Step 1, go to the ground floor, form a team of 10 people, form a triangle, walk in a perpendicular direction to each edge, and collect one photograph of what you see as an interesting shape at every 10th foot and come back. This is a very simple instruction given for an activity. Now, if there are 2 people, 3 people, they would probably execute that activity as has been asked. But we also deal with classes of 180, right? When the same task is given to 180, you see that they don't follow any of the requirement, right? Neither the timeline is stuck to, nor these 8 simple 5 instructions are given, they don't stick to that. So then what happens? So you actually need to look at why is it that a simple instruction given here with a larger group is getting completely distorted and this thing. So there is a lot of work to be done on the social processes of engagement. Now this is again something which needs to be built into the process, right? So I'll come up with other points later on.
So I was actually beginning to get a little worried when you started saying, entrepreneurship education is outside the curriculum. It's not part of mainstream curriculum. So I was, wondering if you were going to suggest that we should have some semester courses on entrepreneurship. But you clarified that with the flute example, great example. So it's not just, teaching entrepreneurship in classrooms. I think all of us are saying the same thing in different ways. It is something that can be learned. The entrepreneurial mindset can be both, it's not just nature, it's both nature and nurture. And it can be done in a certain way, otherwise it becomes academic teaching. I think it's a great point that you made. One question that you did not answer though is, how do you reward these people? Because these are students who are doing, let's say, a variety of courses. And they do exceedingly well in demonstrating their entrepreneurial mindset and being able to show the, resilience and so on. which is very rare to see in a, let's say, a first year student or a second year student, but they may not be so great in other courses or other subjects. How do you identify these people and reward them, and what is the right reward for them?
I wouldn't say, I mean, reward is one way of looking at it, but the real value comes in terms of the belief that they develop and the way they are able to engage with any external audience. That is the change you start seeing in the people. There is some support we do provide when the students have come to a stage where they have identified some topic and want to work on it. So there is a support which is given for them to build that proof of concept, prototype, and so on. Then we also have something like during I think 15th August or something, the teams which have got shortlisted into the top 3 or 5, the institute has some mechanism to award them, that is one. Those teams which are showing more potential, that is where we encourage them to walk into the incubator. So this is the kind of journey which typically is laid out.
Right. Thank you for that. We'll go to Professor Madhusudan Rao. I think the introductions have been done, but there's one particular facet of Professor Rao that I would like to pick on. You are the coordinator of IIT Delhi Design Innovation Center, DIC, right? And you lead programs in design, innovation, and entrepreneurship. You're also involved in various academic and research committees of the Indian government. You asked a question earlier today, because you have been working with 5 ministries, and so this is the experience that I would like to draw on and ask you this question: how can the academic institutions effectively collaborate with government? We spoke to Taslim about industry academia. We spoke to Professor Sudhir about academia. And now the question is, how can academic institutions effectively collaborate with government bodies and industry partners, because this is a triangle, to drive commercialization of research?
Yeah. No, I think it's a very important question. So I think before collaboration, maybe I would like to point out that there are some structural changes which are needed within the institutions to be basically leverage the opportunities which government offers also. Because we were also looking at, since we are discussing about translational research and research in academia, in fact we went through a kind of what needs to be done to promote similar type of an entrepreneurship. So what we looked at is that there are, particularly, I'm not going to speak more from the student because that's a very different this thing, but more from the faculty side, is we found that we have like 3 class of faculty who needs very different. There is a very small percentage, maybe 5%, who are already entrepreneurs, have taken some of their products and solution to market and doing well. They also don't need anything from the institute, to be frank. Then there is another cohort which is slightly larger, who have just jumped into entrepreneurship, or at least trying to explore that as an option. But I think that's a cohort where probably we need to do certain things. Like if you take the first cohort, probably what they need is a recognition, that means you recognize their efforts, put them as a role models. I think institutes don't do much in that direction too, so that's one. But when it comes to second, what we see is definitely they do need intellectual, physical and financial resources. And I think that actually helps. I would actually put more emphasis on intellectual resources because somehow there are institutes and government schemes exist where you are able to get that first grant of 50 lakhs or plus, which is available, and also some physical resources which institute gives. But I think most of them probably don't know what an entrepreneurial journey would look like. And I think GDC is that way, is trying to bridge that particular gap. But what we found is, one is some of the problems where people really get stuck is most of them come from science and engineering background. But entrepreneurship is, the technical aspect is only a one aspect of your entire entrepreneurial journey. For example, Sudhir also mentioned about design thinking, user-centered design, understanding the need, validating the need, and probably looking at that product fit, etc. I think that's a place where training is good, training is a beginning, but I think there is a continuous a mentor cloud, availability of a mentor cloud,
right,
where they can go is a missing gap in academia,
right.
which we have seen. And similarly, the business aspects, which is there. And somehow, most of the universities, though they are interdisciplinary, it's very rare to see like a management department collaborating with engineering department and let's say a design department to look at a product and solution. That model also we haven't really figured out, which is there. Most of them come from science and engineering, try to do that. So when we actually go and analyze some of the failures in faculty-led entrepreneurship, one thing which we found key is the team is not complete in some way, so that whatever is the gap that has to come from the mentor cloud. And I think that structural change is very needed to do that. And also this is an Indian, or you can say a culture where we don't shake hands very easily with others. When I have certain knowledge, but I need a complementary skills and knowledge, I know somebody, but I don't know. Like for example, I've seen in US universities, like people putting a notice on departmental notice board saying, "Ki founder wanted." There are many notices. I'm a business guy, I'm looking for a technical guy to join me, or I'm a technical guy, I'm looking for a business guy. So this shaking hands with, giving away part of your, this thing is a problem. I think that's definitely one thing which we need, but I think the major concentration was, what about those faculty who are not into entrepreneurship, which is like 90%, how do you bring them into this? That's where there are a lot of challenges and many things are possible.
Okay.
We were also looking at some possible solutions which we can do. So when we say a faculty-led entrepreneurship, when we look at global universities, so there are two models. One is that first you do research. When you're doing a research, you don't have any idea about converting or translating. It's more curiosity driven. Later you think, how do I convert my research output into products and solutions? Other is like, I think what Taslim said, it's more like a pastures model, where you have a grand challenge. And I think I want to address this particular grand challenge. How do I put together a team of people working for a few years to address this particular challenge? I think that model is also a missing. Is it possible to have, I don't know, maybe this may be a suggestion for DST, that identify some key groups which are doing very well. There is a certain bandwidth, and give them a funding for a considerable period of time, not just 1 year or 18 months, but maybe 5 years, to see whether they come up on grand challenge, which could be very key, which also is the government, how do we do kind of a thing. The second thing which we also seen is that most of the labs in universities do have, there are like postdocs, there are PhD students, there are master students, everybody is trying to do research and publish. But I think one class of people who are missing, who can be there in a lab, is the innovation fellows. So just like we have Prime Minister's Research Fellowship, etc., it's important that we do have equally recognized innovation fellows. These are the people who come to the lab and spend maybe 2 or 3 years. They are probably, they are looking at, like, mostly from the translational aspect of what is happening, because faculty does not have a time, but at least they can have this innovation fellowship is something which is missing. And I don't know if government is trying to look at, they can also look at, make a very lucrative, innovation fellowships which can actually, they can go to labs and purely look more from the translational aspect is an important. And what we have seen is that cohort of people are available. When we look at our own successes of products and solutions which have reached the market, it happened because of two sets of people. Either somebody stayed back beyond their graduation for many years to do, or those people who went and took a placement and came back after a couple of years because their current job is not exciting, they want to come back and spend few years. And those are the people who are actually really very core, who are like 24/7 people. They have single point agenda to do. I think those type of innovation fellows is definitely, so if we say, if we have to suggest something to the government, etc.
Right.
This is definitely one gap,
okay.
which we definitely need to
right.
bridge kind of a
I think
thing.
that's a good idea. I wish Dr. Karandigar was here. He was looking for some concrete ideas. But there's one thing that I always wonder. The industry, the academia and government coming together and working. Having worked with close to 400 startups, whether it's in the academic institution or outside, the attitude seems to be, I need to go to government for schemes, right? They have a lot of money, and if I need to access money when I am at a product development stage, I can go to government. But even startups don't see government playing a different role or a bigger role. So where is the issue here? Who needs to blink first?
So I think there are both. For example, like some of the ministries probably took a very early lead in funding for entrepreneurship, etc. And there have been also successes in those aspects which are there. Now, one aspect which we have seen is particularly if you're speaking about science-based innovation or deep tech, etc. So the first funding which is like to do your first proof of concept or even let's say a minimum viable product is available. But I think to make it market ready, you need a next bigger cohort of people.
Right.
For example, if I'm in medical devices, getting it through clinical trials and getting regulatory requires many years and much more funding.
Correct.
A typical, maybe a medical device would require a couple of crores of rupees. So such funding is still a gap.
Right.
And I think now that there is enough money, and I think government can look at beyond, proof of concept and
go beyond the
and
early
do that
stages.
particular thing. But at the same time, institutes should be ready to leverage also.
True.
Because it also happens that when funding is available, people, like I think it happened with some of the ministry funded programs, where it was actually meant for translational research, but people took it as a research programs and showed the papers and nothing came out of the translation.
Right.
Which is
Defeats
there.
the purpose
So
completely.
that's also one issue.
Right. Thank you. Taslim, very specific question about life sciences, since you're the expert there. It's very sensitive, right? The area is very sensitive. Given the sensitive nature of life sciences, how does CCAMP approach ethical considerations in research and innovation, right? Are there any specific frameworks that you use or guidelines you use in this particular aspect? Because yes, translational research is good, but we also have to be sensitive to the fact that these are life sciences, ideas on life sciences. What's your framework for that?
So, I would say that largely CCAM's attempt has been to basically attract the best of the ideas and best of the people, right? And the reason is that the ones who are ambitious, we are more excited about that. The ones who are attempting to go a larger, have a larger leap of faith, higher leap of faith and all, we are more excited about that, because the ones then they convert, they give us a larger thing.
True.
But then that's where, in terms of the broad ethics and not necessarily technical ethics.
Yeah, I understand.
that
I'm
you're
not talking about the technical ethics. Yeah.
I think very simple. It's actually about it is somewhere connected to the maturity of the ecosystem that you build and you allow to happen. It's about ensuring that not only about the one part of growth of a startup or an entrepreneur, that is the ethics, but all your if the environment and the culture of the space that you are in, if everything has the values right? Something that you actually constantly represent of what an organization and individuals, believe in. I think that gets imbibed with the new entrant, right? Many a times the culture of positive sides as well as sometimes not so positive sides are important for the new entrant to, get into, and that adds to it.
Right.
And we have strongly built those values in all aspects, not only the research aspects or other, to ensure that we have those values.
Right.
We challenge ourselves with having the right values.
Right.
We improve if we fail in those, and hence it actually somehow rubs in. But somebody has to keep on doing that over and over again, so it doesn't get diluted.
Right.
If you are going high in the quantity and so on.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then you actually keep on doing it, and it actually gets rubbed off. And wherever small hiccup happens, you can still correct it and build it forward.
Absolutely.
I think it's a very important component of an organization, regardless of where they are, because it is very crucial that they don't miss out on small things and have shortcuts, which you actually want to
also
avoid.
because you are a big investor in life sciences. So, balancing that.
Absolutely, and I think demonstrating by examples where shortcuts have actually come back and beaten us badly, right? There are global examples which we know of, like Therapeutics and others. I think, nonetheless, putting their names, unfortunately, I said out a name, but in general, anywhere.
Right.
So I think those ensuring that you, as an organization, you represent the right values when your dialogues allow, and whenever the more details happen, you actually ensure that it's everywhere.
Right.
That is, and I think that there cannot be any, I would say, compromise on those. I think those things cannot have any compromise. That is completely, and that's, if you don't compromise on those ongoing stuff, it helps in terms of keeping it largely sane, at least.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is the question to Professor Sudhir Varadarajan, right? Before coming into academia, you spent over 20 years in the industry, in the IT industry. And so you know how the real world receives innovation. So you've been on that side, and you also are now on this side. And you are now heading the Made It Foundation at IITM, right? So connected to that, what are some of the things that you believe IT students and tech entrepreneurs are missing out on when their education has not been research oriented or research inclusive? Because the academic education is not generally at least research oriented, research based or research inclusive. So particularly the IT and tech entrepreneurs, what do they lose out on and why?
Okay, so when you say not research oriented, I understand that we are not, or they are not coming up with the confidence of creating knowledge.
Creating knowledge and creating solutions.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
Now, you look at an undergraduate program in general in India or anywhere, largely it is seen as a transfer of knowledge from the faculty to the student. Student is not expected to create knowledge. That's how most undergraduate programs typically operate. When you are into postgraduate, probably they think he can do something, but you can create knowledge, or you are certified to create knowledge only when you have done a PhD, right? So that's how the system. Now look at what we are doing today is we are expecting undergraduate students to do a startup, which means we have to basically question whether that process of what we are following as knowledge diffusion is learning only absorbing knowledge, or can there be knowledge creation as part of learning? That is a question which fundamentally needs to be relooked at. And what today, the challenge that we see when a person finishes graduation and comes into the industry, or we have all this set of lot of statements made saying people are not employable, people 95% don't have problem solving skills and all this. That is all happening because learning is seen as independent of knowledge creation. But if you go back and fundamentally see, how does a child actually learn? What is learning in children? Knowledge creation and learning are very integral in children, right? It is in the academic process that there seems to be a separation between these two. Like for example, if a child is learning how to climb a bed. Does anybody teach it? Right? There is a lot of trial and error process which goes in, through which the child explores and then goes through that process. That is knowledge creation for the child. So there is actually learning and knowledge creation are a lot more integral than what we seem to think when it comes to an undergraduate teaching program. So one of the things that what we have seen is, if you introduce a concept exploration or a concept development activity as part of a normal regular course, right? That creates a possibility for students to start asking, okay, they may have certain knowledge base to start with. They have done up to +2 or they have done some basic physics and so on. But concepts, people can imagine anything. So that's an open space, right? Concepts, people can imagine anything. Then the question comes, to realize that concept, I still need some knowledge to realize that. Can I use what is available, or do I need to create new knowledge to realize this? This is the aspect which is probably not addressed in a curriculum or a regular education process. If this is facilitated, then some of these issues can get addressed. Right. So I'll give you a simple example. So when we do this activity for second year, third year students, so one of the students or small teams, one student team came up, and they were in, I think, computer science, some girls, a bunch of girls. So they came up and said, we have a problem or we have a concept or an idea, which is we want to store internet, right? Now when you hear that word, you want to store internet, what is the typical dialogue which goes on between a faculty who is supposed to be mentoring them and the students? The faculty, as a custodian of knowledge or having a knowledge base, the immediate reaction is, you don't know the basics. What are you talking about? You cannot store internet. First go and study the basics before you start doing all this activity, right? This is what typically happens. So what is the reaction of the student? That it's a waste of time. The person of authority has told that I should not be doing this. But the same question, if it was rephrased or re-explored in a slightly different way, asking why is it that you want to store internet? The problem is they are all living in a hostel which is like 14 floors and there is no access to internet there. The signal is not. So what they are saying, when I come to academic block, I have signal. When I go to my hostel, there is no signal. So they are saying, can I, right? That's what,
right.
But if you had rephrased that question saying, can I provide internet wherever you are? Which means, if I, like for example, you ask the question, suppose I have a stadium which is outside the city, which is not in a coverage area, and there is a cricket match happening there, a lot of my customers are moving in that direction. A telecom operator typically has location of most of their devices and customer devices. Can they create some temporary, extend the access of internet in that zone? That is the way, if you phrase it, one can then ask questions, what are the alternatives? So can drone be an alternative? Can there be a mobile tower? And like this, many other things can come out.
Right.
Now this exploration is not happening.
Correct.
Right? And if this exploration had happened, students realize that yes, I have created a concept, but that concept can potentially lead to a few knowledge pieces which we can use, or we need to create an additional knowledge. Then they will naturally have a focus to absorbing or learning that skills to create that new knowledge. This process needs to be enabled in an academic process. That is not happening today. Right? That is why we have been saying introducing design orientation is required.
Right.
Right? And the same thing I'll add to the PhD program. PhDs typically, again, when you look at how PhDs create knowledge, is based on looking at existing knowledge base, which is go through the literature and find out a gap in the literature and then say, this is a gap in literature and I want to do something with that. Why should that be the only way of creating knowledge? Why can't a PhD student also explore a concept in that domain and use the concept to ask question what is missing to realize that concept?
Right.
This will make PhD research a lot more commercially relevant, and many of these questions of bridging the gap between TRL level 1 and
MRL
will start happening as part of the PhD program.
Right.
Right? So these are the things which need to be done really if we want to close that gap between what industry expects and
what research is doing. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Professor Rao, you have designed and introduced a course called Inclusive Engineering. Right? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Okay. I think, of course, whenever we speak about entrepreneurship, generally we speak about the market-driven technologies. But I think particularly a country like India has multiple needs which are actually not market-driven. So now the question comes, who will take forward these innovations, etc., which is there. I'll just give an example of, for example, assistive technologies, correct? So if you take assistive technologies, the people who are really beneficiaries do not have the power to pay, you know. If you really take a product into market, then you see that it's not selling because there are no takers or there are not enough volumes, etc. So those type of things which require a very different business models and different way of doing it. Like for example, some of the models which have been tried is like we actually transferred one of the technology to industry, and if industry would have produced it, it would have costed about 15,000 rupees probably to a end user, and they didn't do anything with that technology for 2 years. But then we got them like a big translational grant, not the loan, and said, can you actually, including covering some of the manufacturing and mold costs, and they were actually able to price it to 3,500 and take it to about 1.5 lakh users.
Wow.
So the question is, how do you work with innovations which are not market driven? And where, so I think that's another area, I think, where institutes can play a very big role, you know, because these are not taken by investors or the angels won't fund immediately.
Right.
But whereas somewhere you need to work with foundations, charities and government and still make it happen.
Right.
Is another dimension of social inclusive innovation. And I think that's another, area where institutes can play a big role, kind of.
Right. So you said, you know, it may not be market driven, but for an innovation to truly become an innovation, it should still be need driven. What do you think?
Yeah, the need exists. In fact, if you really look at the complete assistive technology market, there is a huge need, there is no demand. Okay.
Right.
So the question is, how do you bridge this particular thing? Is you need very different type of intervention.
Right.
Like even if you take the best countries, whether it's Canada, US, Australia, UK, it reaches because government somewhere comes into picture to provide,
correct,
you know, which
right,
is this
right,
type of a thing. But sometimes it doesn't happen. Just to give, we have a product for visually challenged, and when we actually wanted to spin off, we said we'll actually put it as a not-for-profit startup. You know, this was one of the first not-for-profit startups from IIT Delhi. The idea is that then you can leverage many other fundings like CSR, etc., which are not available. We are able to reach out to people. This is a very interesting thing. There is a need, there is a solution. Even to take this solution to the needy, you generate your own funding to take it to the people. That means you are not just selling, but you are also generating resources to take your own innovations to the people.
Right.
And I think those models also are there. Ideally, it should have been government, in my opinion. But when government doesn't come, sometimes you jump into, because maybe it's your passion.
Right. Because we talk about impact investment, and there are some, you know, investors who are actually investing on impact and stuff like that. But, these are some questions which are actually not answered clearly. If a startup is thinking about an idea where there is a need, but I don't have visibility to the commercial potential of my invention or my idea. So what do they do? I think, we've seen cases where we say, oh, you are a not-for-profit, and then don't worry about it, just get some CSR funding, and that's to the extent that the startup starts believing that when you ask the question, how do you make money, they say, I get CSR funding. So revenue is CSR funding for them. That's really, really, pathetic. Thank you for that. I think we are running out of time, so I will probably just ask one more question and conclude it and open for questions. I think there's a lot I could ask, but let me ask a common question to all of you, because this is very important. I think the key message is, what we are expecting to hear from you. How do you define impact? Because we are saying translational research is basically research not sleeping in the labs, or research not ending up as published papers and patents. It should create impact in the market. So how do you define impact when it comes to academic research, right? And what criteria do you consider when assessing the impact of your work, which is academic research? All of you.
I can quickly go. And I would like to believe that impact is depending on what are the objectives you had set.
Right.
Because it's a very broad definition. People can have different understanding of what that should have happened. But if for a different set of people, the objective of that set of people and the idea and the mandate was different, the impact should be built on that. So we all believe, and we all should, that for academia, doing phenomenal research is a great impact, right? Because I think that by itself, that knowledge that gets generated and then which has been used eventually by many other people, by itself is the fountain, the science fountain that people use it afterwards and doing it.
Right.
So I think it's based on objective that you set, right? Then you have another mandate or another expectation could be that how some of that science should be reaching all the way. And then that's a different impact, right? So that's based on, and then third would be that when it did everything and build products and everything, then actually did it make a change?
Right.
Then there is another impact. So it's based on the clear objective that you said that the impact would be there. But according to me, I think we should have space for each kind of impact.
Okay.
And the clarity on it.
Okay.
Because people sometimes make it everything used by one lens and filter, and that is getting lost.
Right.
Because we are losing the value of each component of it.
Okay.
Each component is so valuable that we should look at it, but clarify for them, for everyone, the body which is implementing that, but also the people who are supporting and then reviewing them.
True.
That clarification, and for society as well. Because a lot of people, while we are talking about it, research translation and outcome, if I may say so, I think there seems to be a sudden flip on saying everything should be translation. That cannot be. It cannot be, because otherwise the fundamental research, which is actually the foundation
right.
Of everything, will be lost. So I think it's very important to give protection to each kind of thing and provide clarity that what is required, and
right.
communicate to the larger people, including bureaucrats, including funding agency, including other stakeholders, so that we actually get the best out of everything and protect everyone as well.
Right.
I'm sorry, longish answer.
No, actually it makes sense. In fact, I would borrow Mr. Rao's words. He told me that, look, how do you evaluate the faculty?
Correct.
On research or translation research?
Exactly.
So how do you even make this distinction?
So
what you're saying is, yes, it's not wrong to say that they should be, awarded or rewarded or recognized for research and translation research. It's not this or that. That's what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
No, I think I'll just add, there can be many tangible and intangible measures, which Tasleem mentioned about this. Taking like real life examples, like I think you mentioned that you basically gave away a technology transfer to a European company. That's a this thing, correct? It's an impact, because you had at least you took it to a level, and then there is somebody passed the baton to someone else to take, who will actually make an impact. So though you did not make an impact, but you can't say ki this thing, but when there are a number of beneficiaries of this technology, there is a contribution of yours, which is there. Valuations could be another. You can say that institute has earned a significant amount of, financial resources is also an impact. Or you can say that there are X number of users or beneficiaries is another type of an impact. Like just to bring that inclusive innovation course which we ran, we had about 8 batches now, and there are about 350 students who have done this course. We don't have any product or a solution which we can name which has made an impact. But we still consider that course as an impact because we were able to provoke about 10 to 15% of that class to choose social entrepreneurship or social enterprises as a career option. Okay, even that's a very indirect way, because otherwise probably they would not have chosen, let's say, an NGO as a, as a career option, particularly for IIT,
Right.
IIT and this thing. So that's another level of impact. And morning somebody also mentioned that when you get into entrepreneurship, I think it's entrepreneurship is one, but I think developing that entrepreneurial mindset. is also another.
Right.
In fact, a lot of when we look at student innovations which are happening from institutes, many of them are not ready to be entrepreneurs from the day when they graduate, but they all want to have a capsule so that they can all come back 2 years, 3 years later to become an entrepreneur. So even I think that investment is also is an impact that you did not have, for example, many startups from your campus, but many of your alumni have done very well in entrepreneurship is also an impact.
So at GDC, that's really what we also, we have been trying to do for the last 6 years, because we are not trying to create successful startups. We are trying to create entrepreneurial mindset in researchers, academicians, students, and so on, because the 21st century skills that we keep talking about finally all goes to these non-cognitive skills. And if we have been able to do that, I think that's what GDC considers success. When an idea gets invalidated, GDC does not feel that we have failed. We actually celebrate if it gets invalidated. Yes, Mr.
Yeah, so since this is the season of generative AI,
Right.
so I think I can borrow that word and say that there are 2 things one can look at from an impact point of view. Are the technologies that the institutions producing really having generative potential in the sense they can spawn a different class of products, right? That is one way to look at. Mostly we talk about problem solving in relation to coming up with an idea for a particular problem. But that may lead to one kind of technology or a solution, but that technology, does it have potential to spawn multiple products? This is a question which we don't normally ask, but that is an important angle to look at. Second is, like what Professor Madhusudan said, is, are you building startups or students which have that potential to be generative?
Right.
Because that is what eventually will lead to that multiplier effect.
So this
and even this to add, even if they don't become entrepreneurs, they may join a corporate,
Absolutely.
but they carry the entrepreneurial mindset.
Absolutely.
So when we look at people, big corporates, somebody came up with a fast tag, I thought this is a very entrepreneurial, the kind of impact. Though it did not come from a startup, but it did come from a corporate kind of a thing.
Right.
Or somebody came up with, let's say, I don't know, Digi Yatra, these are all like people who have an entrepreneurial mindset, but actually trying to do.
Right. Absolutely. Thank you. I think, we've had great answers from all of you. I really appreciate your time. Now, I'll open the floor for questions from participants. So, can we circulate the mic?
We have extra mics here.
Yes, okay.
I'm Paul Dayanandi. My question to Sudhir Vasudevan. You were telling that in UG level, it's only a faculty to transfer of knowledge to the students. However, in a PhD level, the actual development of knowledge comes for an individual. But one thing I would like to bring it to your mindset is that a student who has joined an UG college, he comes to know to the complete innovations or an aptitude to a particular subject comes only when he does a project in his final year. So during the project only he comes to know whatever the faculty knowledge transferred to the students is right or wrong. A faculty would have conveyed the knowledge wrongly also. But when he's doing an experiment, final year project, he comes to know the true knowledge of that is developed inside his mind. So I won't take it that only a PhD student can do it. Even a UG student can also do it. That's what's my reply to you. Am I right? Yeah, because during the 4-year course, he will not know ABCD of which curriculum he is doing, whether it is electrical, ECE or computer science or IT or one. But only when he is doing a project, he comes to know the area in which he has to put his footprint. But it is not required a PhD student can do it. A UG student also can do it when he tries to know the knowledge that has been conveyed by a faculty is correct or not when he is doing his project.
Yeah, so only addition to that is, why do we say project has to be done at the end of 4 years? The assumption is he has to acquire all the knowledge before he executes it. We don't see it as doing a project can also lead to creation of knowledge. If that is the case, the projects can start very early. Why should he do it in the 4th year? That's what I'm saying.
That is the problem he's saying. The curriculum is faulted. Yeah. Srini.
At the outset, thanks to all speakers. It was a very succinct and focused session. Really appreciate it. Thanks to Mr. Anand as well. Question is to Dr. Sudhir yourselves. You mentioned a comment that most innovation in startups are outside of the curriculum. You started off by saying that. Can you throw more light on that, please?
No, what I meant by that was, if you look at the innovation ecosystem in an institution, you have the incubator, you have Institute Innovation Council, you have an entrepreneurship cell. These are all units set up. They don't necessarily touch the core curriculum of the organization or the academic process, right? They are outside the academic process. So if a student is interested or something, then outside the academic process, he has to spend time. Today, students themselves, the curriculum is so packed that they don't have time for these activities. So you need to create time within the academic process for somebody to do this. That is what I was.
Things are also changing there. Like, for example, if you take a semester break and do a startup, there are institutes which give 5 credits. So those options are also now available.
So I'm Seshadri. Thanks to all the panelists for bringing out this information wonderfully. I must thank Professor Sudhir Dr. Sudhir for bringing out all these lapses in the academic systems also. The thing is, we were talking about projects and projects to translation, all these things. If you see, the entire country is on the rat race. So how do we stop this? Thing is, the private institutions are on the rat race to get government funding, and entrepreneurs are also looking for funding, right? And in this case, I would say I would like to go a little back. Thing is, even before the projects, there is another element, as rightly said by Dr. Sudhir. Is it possible for us to move the government to say, convert this Pareto's principle of 80-20 of theory practical to 20-80? So most of the time, students don't come to the institutions for acquiring knowledge also. If you see the demographic dividend, 37 crore young people, 20 to 40 age of country, to get benefit means higher education like institutions like IITs can also play a major role. But as Dr. Raghutamarav said, morning, 4,000 universities, 40,000 higher colleges, and crores of students. If you have to democratize this to all the students, how do we go further is one thing. And I would say institutions has to be changed, but maybe you may have some other ideas on this. And the second one is, how do we change the mindset of the entrepreneurs coming with ideas? Even the ordinary entrepreneur who want to do something with electrical, electronics, or even anything for that matter, nothing to do with high-end technologies. They're always in fear of somebody looting their idea or transferring this idea to some other areas. How do we change the mindset in the minds of the students or the entrepreneurs, anybody for that matter, to this? These two things are the thing I will be expecting. Thank you.
So the first question for you, I guess.
Both, okay. No, when we look at this second issue is if somebody fears that the idea will be stolen and other things, then it's not worth an idea, right? So that idea itself may not have that much potential. If really it has a potential, then the amount of work that the person does, that will give them the edge. Before, if somebody has to replicate and it can be replicated with only 2 minutes of information, then I don't think the idea itself has much depth in that. Coming to your other question in terms of can we democratize this across institutions, I think that is what needs to be done. NEP today gives you that option to look at that. NEP has a very broad direction, gives options for institutions to reinvent what they are looking at, how they can do. But how we are interpreting that, how we are implementing that, there could be still problems in the way people are looking at it. But as a basic philosophy, it essentially encourages relook at learning from a multidisciplinary angle as a core foundation, right? Now, it cannot be translated into a set of rules saying it should be 80-20 or 20-80 kind of thing. Each institute has an option to figure out what is good in their context. So more such experiments need to be done by institutions to find what really works in their context. And those experiments there should be forum to discuss and exchange and really build on that. That is how the process probably has to unfold. There is still areas where one can look at slight changes in the resource allocation, right? Say for example, within an institution, how much resources are being allocated to faculty research versus student concept development. There is a marginal changes in that also can pay off in a different way, right? Say for example, supporting students who are showing this inclination by providing them small prototyping grants and other things within an institutional setup can also create significant energy within the institution, right? Today that may not be happening. We need not look at some external grants or ministries grants for doing that. Even a small support of 25,000, 30,000 for a student team to really explore some activities which they are doing, those kind of things need to be done. So today, National Innovation Startup Policy encourages institutions to spend at least 1% of their operating expenditure to support student innovation. Those things can really go a long way in terms of creating this energy within the ecosystem for exploring new ideas. And if faculty can complement their research in relation to these kind of problems, there can be some synergy which can come out from that.
Hello, sir.
Just 1 minute. Okay. Can you just wait?
We'll take 2 questions.
Thank you. Okay. Two questions here. So, one is on the IP ownership. See, especially when we deal with now translational research and also to collaborate with the industry for joint research and product commercialization. One of the contentious issues that come up is the IP ownership. So I get involved in signing MOU with many companies, and we suggest joint ownership, and when most of the time it works, there are instances where big companies especially will ask for sole ownership of IP. So especially sometimes we would have already filed for patent and IP, or sometimes it could be out of joint research, but they ask for the sole ownership. So what would be kind of best practice? What could be a best model to handle such situation? Any thoughts? That's the first question. Second question is more on the research quality, especially when we start talking about knowledge of new, creation of new knowledge. We know that in terms of number of publications, we are up there as a country. If you look at maybe just after US or China with 3 million research papers published every year with 800 plus H index, all that in terms of numbers. But if you look at the global innovation index, we are ranked as low as 42, 43 something. So what my question is in terms of, by chasing on the numbers, are we kind of compromising on the quality, and is impacting in terms of creating knowledge, and is that why we are not able to generate asset or wealth in terms of new IP? Thanks.
I think both the points are very valid. So first is, like you mentioned about IP. So whenever we negotiate with industry a project, where IP is involved, we are generally open for 3 models. Either IP stays with the institute, or stays with the industry, or joint. And the value which is attached is very different for each case. Okay. So suppose if you want to keep an IP, the kind of, I don't know, the project value becomes a very different. That's another way to negotiate. Or you can say that you don't want an IP, we'll keep, then the value of the project becomes a very different. That's one model which is so far actually working in many cases. Your other aspect about like publications, etc. This is true. I think Taslim also mentioned about geographic indicators. Just to look at, for example, 2019, the number of publications in nanotechnology. If you really look at, after China and USA, India was the 3rd highest publications. But if you really look at the number of patent files per 100 publications, we're not even in top 25. Like US had something like a 20%, we had a 0.03% conversion of, this thing. So I think, and filing a patent is a very first step in your translational research. If you're not even doing, that means there is no intention to even go ahead, kind of a thing. So I think that's a gap. I don't know. One has to see. I don't think there is no ready-made solution. Maybe Taslim.
No, I think it's again, I would say that it's again, what are you encouraging as a system? Be it a micro system or a macro system. If you're encouraging, good quality with high numbers, or you just encouraging that way, and the way you encourage is that how you are actually giving them the assessment and the improvements in their own way. I think it comes from there. And I think our system could possibly do better at both levels to say high quality, high numbers is something that possibly you're looking at rather than just numbers, because somehow the numbers games has caught up badly. And I think we need to kind of be aware of such a situation in a way. But coming back to your first point, I think technically speaking, the patent or the invention, as you're calling it, it actually goes via inventors and then the organization. So I think the ownership actually, technically speaking, derived from people who have intellectually contributed as inventors and the affiliations that they have to the organization to actually at least host it. And then you have a transaction to finally own it is different. But where is it landing is something that you may, that makes it very easy sometimes. When you actually say, please actually share with me how you have intellectually contributed, it makes things very easy. So negotiations become very easy from that perspective.
Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, Lokesh.
Hello, sir. Yeah, so this is Lokesh. Good evening, sir. So, sir, basically I had 2 questions. Both are based on my experience. So we are building a startup called Aerodrome Technologies. It's a drone and swarm technology. So when we are building this drone and swarm technology startup in India, so we basically started looking for drones. So we then find like there's not specific courses available on drones on all those things. So we basically, there are open sources, then there are community forums from where we gain knowledge about drones and swarm technology. Swarm technology, there is even less awareness of swarms and drones basically. So basically my question is with Sudhir sir. So sir said like knowledge creation from learning and all those points, like Flute project example you given. Basically projects like Flute can create knowledge from learning. So sir, basically how about the courses based on application? Like a few of the institutes recently started this courses based on application. Like IIT Delhi started, IIT Kanpur started drone course recently. IIT Delhi started e-mobility. IIT Bangalore started smart manufacturing and all those things. So, but how to find a balance between conventional mode of courses, which is also required because we need basic knowledge of mechanical and all those stuff. Also application-based courses in this fast-moving technology. So in which the technology is becoming obsolete in within 2 years or 3 years. So how to find balance between these 2 courses?
See, the way normally academic institutions deal with that problem is they create electives for these specialized areas, right? And the basic programs or core courses are meant to give you the foundations. What we are saying is this problem of constantly learning new is going to only increase. So you cannot cover everything that is required in any curriculum. But can you create the ability inside the person to go and search and learn as he is growing? That's what we call lifelong learning, and other terms are used for that, right? But that is the quality which needs to be created. So I'll give you one simple example, right? For example, when we give an activity which appears very silly, like for example, you ask a set of students or somebody to get some 4 or 5 shapes and colors and create a collage out of that. So an engineering student will look at it and say, what is the use of this? Why are you teaching me collage making, and what will I do with that? Is it engineering? This is the kinds of questions which will come. They don't see it as, so what is getting highlighted there is, an engineering student's mind is already frozen in terms of what he can do, cannot do. So he's almost behaving like a machine metaphor, right? Very little degrees of freedom. When you give him a problem where there are more degrees of freedom, he's not even able to recognize that there are more degrees of freedom there, and he can create something which is more imaginative. That is the quality which is really required among students and the next generation, because what you are calling as mobility, drone and other things, there will be 20 other things which will keep on coming. But are you developing people who can understand what is possible in their context and assimilate and develop something out of it? That is the kind of quality which is really required.
But sir, few institutes have
So institutions need to, see, within a curriculum, people can provide certain balance on what is available and all. But this quality of nurturing this ability to sense the environment, use the effectively what is available in the environment and produce something creatively out of that, that is the quality which needs to be nurtured as part of an academic process.
Right.
That is what we are emphasizing, that institutions need to start looking at. I am not just delivering ABCD knowledge basis. I am actually cultivating this spirit to use what is available, right, and create something more.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So my another question is with Madhusundan, sir. So, sir, basically, like this is also comes from, like I heard from a professor to me, like when we have this references page in our reports. So basically, I have put 3-4 references from an Indian researcher papers. So basically, he told me like you should put more of the foreign research papers into these references. You should look more into foreign research. So the quality which like you have already answered, the sir previously asked this question. So how important, we are speaking here about the translating the research into corporate worlds or maybe industrial sectors. But how important it is for a research to be of more quality, rather than like we are going towards translating the research into the corporate sectors or industry. But isn't it more important to make a research more qualitative importantly?
I think it was already mentioned. I think that's true that a lot of research which happens starts with library and ends with library, you know. But I think whether it's a translational research or whether it's a research, I think the rigor is probably more important. And I think I can do a research where probably I'm not looking at application, but really advancing a science is very, very important. Because in fact, if you really look at many of the, for example, lasers, correct? When people did a research, nobody thought it will have so many applications which we have today. But I think some people who really did advance the science, we know that now there are so many, you know, applications and benefits. So both are important, but I think in both the cases, rigor is more important, and which is there. And I think that's probably a personal view, whether you should reference foreign, etc. That's also not really. I think it's whatever is relevant to that particular paper, whether it's Indian or foreign, I don't think there is any distinction which has to be made. Generally, when you reference, all the relevant references should be there, irrespective of that. Maybe that's a specific faculty's personal view, but everybody may not buy it, which is that.
Good evening, sir. My name is Sandil Kumar. a drug discovery scientist. Recently started my own startup at Nirman Pre-Incubator, International Drug Discovery and Development Center. Why I started this startup? Because last 20 years I have involved in the discovery of tuberculosis, HIV, cancer, and all kind of disease, kidney failure and cystinosis and other kind of disease in IIT only. For suddenly COVID came, so I don't want waste this knowledge. Finally identified one drug for COVID. Suddenly in the I want to develop this drug for COVID. So I contacted PM, CM, all the people. Then I didn't get any support from anywhere. Then finally I published one paper. So the COVID got over. I don't want waste this drug. Then again in the last year your conference came. I conducted one conference. Then talked with one professor from JNU Delhi. Then finally we took collaboration, we made a collaboration, finally identified the drug, the COVID, whatever identified in the drug for COVID, same drug for, it was very good activity again, malaria. So finally, me and Professor Satyanarayana identified this, we will start one startup. We don't want knowledge, we don't want waste our knowledge, we started the startup. Now my question is, now last year, until last year, we thought that we want to publish one paper, that's all. Now after startup, I want to convert it into this commercial product, commercial drug product. Now for funding, we got to go to government funding or private industry funding, which is the best option for my
So I'll try to give you a quick answer. I think, I'm sure your work is fantastic. You should definitely, based on your organizational affiliation, there are simple startup grants available, including grants called Ignition Grant. There are many other grants that Professor Karandikar mentioned. There are several which are actually giving support at the idea level. You now have some data apparently, as you rightly said. So there are many schemes. And based on the ability that you can actually share your discovery and also share your journey that you want to, why do you want to use that money for, and go on. I'm sure there's a lot of funds available for you to do it. I'll be very happy to share some of the names of the schemes and see where you can be supported for. Yeah? Yeah, thank you.
Vardha, you have a question?
Yeah, just a, thanks a lot for the enriching discussions, and Professor Sudhir Varadarajan, you mentioned that the continuing learning capability is what is to be nurtured in the engineers and whatever the person is doing. So as they enter a BTech program, do you think it's already too late? And do the schools successfully swamp that bug out of the kid? Or what will be your ask of a school so that you get that feed into the first year?
Yeah, so what we definitely see is at least some amount of unlearning is required for a person who is coming into an engineering program before they become ready for even a journey like this. Yes, we can say schooling, there is definitely a challenge in the way the schooling system operates. I have seen my own son go through this kind of transformation. Now I have to see whether he will reverse or not, but as I said, the last 3-4 years of data, we could not see statistical difference between the input quality on those 3 parameters. Okay. So that means the JEE preparation, that model is creating 6 sigma output, right? That is what is coming to the system. So definitely there is a need for relooking at the school level education process, because if you look at the wiring of people, even in schools which have followed this Montessori model, the first 3 years seems to be quite okay. That openness to explore and other things is there. But once they get into this middle school, and that's where you see the change happening, where they are conditioned into a certain process.
Yes.
So there is a change required there. But how they are going to address that, how they are doing, that needs, it's not within the scope of what we discussed. So but my view is, yes, today I think through the AICT and others, they have tried to introduce design thinking in schools. My view is that it is not a course which can be done and suddenly people will change. it needs more systematic rework at the schooling level. There is definitely, that's not part of a scope, but we are only looking at assuming they come to us into a higher education, what best we can do from this stage.
Sure. Thanks. And the second thought I had was ties in with what Professor Rao mentioned earlier. I was thinking about this in the morning during Professor Karantika's talk. I understand GDC is working with the professors to take the idea to lab to market. Is there also a consideration, keeping in the suggestion that you made, sir, about in the US you saw founders wanted posted in campuses and elsewhere. So there could be innovators out there. I mean, the entrepreneurs, the CEOs, so to speak, maybe out there. The CTOs are the more probable ones that the campus like this would give. So GDC, does it also think about collaborating with not the STEM alone, but maybe other first year, 2 year, second year people of management schools or the lower tier ones who can potentially be part of a team that will go through the cohort? Or instead, I understand now GDC gets a team and grooms it, but that GDC also can play a part in forming the team, saying that you need this. Because fundamentally the question I'm asking is a CEO or a businessman made or is already there, it just needs to be trained? Can you convert a hardcore technical person into a I know there is some success rate that you talk about, Raghu, when we meet once in a while. So the question I have is, there are probably out there, I know people who are serial entrepreneurs, they say they take up any idea, take it to a point, and then they find something else. So is it possible that the ideas could come from IIT, the technologies could come from IIT, but the ones that will give them, like a biological mother and a mother for upbringing, right, so to speak. Does that come under GDC's consideration?
This is a question for GDC.
But it was inspired by a thought that you mentioned,
No,
sir.
I think
I wanted to acknowledge that.
Can I answer that question when I sum it up towards the end? It's a larger question, wider question, right? But I will answer it after this session is over. Vardha.
Sure, please. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we'll finish the questions, the last two questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would appreciate that particular question about forming teams. This particular session with CCMP and I made it, and also IIT Delhi or IIT happening in IIT, it's all about technology. But I had an innovation park in Arts College. 56% of India's student community forms from arts and science colleges, and I think when we talk about that, we should also be focusing on how do we make thought leaders and entrepreneurs from that ecosystem as well. And if you see the unicorns starting from Airbnb to Byju's to Ola's, the Ubers, you name it, the Swiggy's and the Zomatos, it's all been business model innovations. And there has been immense focus on process innovation in corporates, and entrepreneurship takes a really big lead when it comes to managers. But how do we make them understand this? And we, all of you have been giving and have done this in your spectrum, in your sectors, have nurtured entrepreneurs, formed the ecosystem. How do you think we can replicate the same in an arts and science college, where it is not a project-based learning? It's more about conceptualizing and understanding, empathizing with the concepts. How do you think it can be done? Thoughts about it? That is one question. Second question is, like what he said about leaders forming a team. So I see that most universities which have arts and science as part of their university have been successful in having this kind of business model innovation, because they have teams coming from across the spectrum. Can there be similar ecosystem formed, and what are your thoughts about that? Thank you.
So I think it's true that the technical schools, science and engineering has a little advantage when it comes to do, and if you really look at the literature and entrepreneurial mindset and the case studies, there are like almost more than 3/4 are engineering schools which are quoted, which is also. But I don't think that it can be restricted to science and engineering. I think one state which has done in leveraging particularly students from arts, commerce and others to entrepreneurship is Gujarat. I don't know if you really look at some of the universities have done very well, where the entrepreneurs are not necessarily science and engineering. And even when we look at, for example, since I come from Delhi, there are a number of unicorn founders from SRCC, St. Stephen's, even All India Institute of Medical Sciences. So it's not that it's restricted to only one, there is a scope, but I think your point is very valid in the sense whether Mr. Karandikar will basically have a separate program for basically to promote entrepreneurship in universities which are non-science and engineering. I think that's a good point, and I think we have a huge social capital who can be entrepreneurs which is not leveraged. I feel so.
Just to add to that is the program which the ministry has recently launched, it is not meant for only technology institutions. It is promoting the design and entrepreneurial orientation among higher education institutions. It is open for science, technology, arts and all institutions.
I think this will be the last question.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, sir. So, I think there is a small blind spot in this, that as Socrates said, that necessity is the mother of invention. So here I think I heard many words about funding, research, all those things, but we miss the point of need, sir. Because if we take any big enterprise like Tata was built from the need for industrialization of India. So the need was industrialization of India. And then if we take Reliance, the need was making, utilizing polyester for the economic good of India. So as this is the Institute of Eminence and all the top rankers come to IIT Madras. So the thing is, as I have also been to that GRUL, so the JEE process, when students start to prepare for JEE, they start from 8th class. So they basically are disconnected from the society. They are tutored in a AC classroom. So they get up at 8 o'clock, they go until 9 o'clock. So they as you told that research is done in library and it ends in library. So these students are also with the books and always with the books. So they are, I think, somewhat disconnected with the world, the needs of the world. So for example, I can give you, Shastra happened a week back. So there was 4 exhibits from first years of BTech of IIT Madras. So the first one was, they made a helmet of Iron Man. So they made it from using Arduino. And another was hologram. So they made it from a fiberglass. And one was video game. He was from engineering design, but he made a, what they say? He made a video game. Though he was from engineering, he learned the language of what they say, the video game thing, and he made it. So here, the exposure to the real world, the empathy towards the world, the perspective is different for the engineering students. So like, they were exposed to Iron Man, so they made a helmet of Iron Man. So the needs of the society, I think somewhat they are not so empathetic about the needs of the society. Like, for example,
we should also be mindful of the needs of the people here.
Yeah.
Can you come to the question, please?
So I wanted to see that how we are going to make sure that they empathize with the needs of the country. Like, so for example, there are many diseases which are not curable, but they can be mitigated using equipments. So we just had a demonstration in the in the lobby that they use a balloon type of thing to correct the cartilage of the nose. So that empathy that we have to fix this, when they recognize the need, they will find the solution. Because we have an example of a person, a non-engineer who was Malaysian. He had a need to make a spinning mill, spinning thread.
Can you ask your question? We're out of time.
Okay. Sir.
Ask your question.
So how do we create that the exposure to the need of the society so that they can build the product directly to that need?
See, simple question is, they need to be given time to go and spend in the field outside.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
That field outside will not come into a college. People have to go and spend time for need identification. That is, if the curriculum is packed and there is no space for people to do anything within that, it is difficult. So if you ask my son, how do you milk a cow? He will say click of a button, because there is a game which is playing, and he will say one click, we will get milk, right? So that is how they are growing up. But they need to spend time outside, which means within the curriculum space has to be created where people can go and observe situations around them. There are already elements which can be used. Like for example, people do NSO, service learning, and these kind of opportunities are there. Use that and send people out, right? Let them explore.
Just to add, I think sorry for the time which is there. So it can also be done as a part of a curriculum. So there is a course which we introduced about 8 years back. It's called social immersion, where a group of about 10, 15, 20 students go and spend in an environment which is very different for at least 9 days, which is a minimum requirement. So that actually kind of gives them a first-hand experience, as it was mentioned, and all those students who do, they also get 1 credit.
Thank you. I think, we've had a wonderful panel. The number of questions and the length of questions clearly tell us how good the panel has been. Thank you very much. And our panelists are available outside for interaction. Thanks a lot, Tasleem, Professor Sudhir Varadarajan, and Professor Madhushan. Thank you. It was a great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for a very engaging conversation. We have 2 minutes of your time further, please. We have a small gratitude of gift to you, and I request my colleague Tirubala to hand over a book to Tasleem. And Surya to Siddharth Varadarajan. And Rupali to Professor Madhusudan Rao. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a fantastic 1.5 hours of interaction. Please give them a big hand. I think that brings us to the last concluding bit of the session now, and Raghottam Rao will have a few minutes of concluding remarks, and then we'll break for tea.
I have a challenge how to hold people here now, right? So I should either crack a joke, sing a song, do something that just keeps you up and say, what is this guy up to? No, I won't take long. I'll just use this to answer a couple of stray thoughts I got from some people. I think there's a question I owe to Mr. Varadarajan here, an answer I owe to him. I think if you see the sessions today, what we try to do, right, from the get-go in the morning, where we had, Desh and Chris share views, we had Professor Mahesh talk, Krishnan. I think we share a little bit about what GDC is, what it has tried to do. I think Desh put it very well. We're trying to solve a small problem. It's a very large problem, changing the culture of a country to become entrepreneurial, innovative. When fundamentally the school education is fixed, is not in shape, it kind of puts out products who are used to one way of thinking, one way of approaching problems, and so on. So I think we can't solve all those problems. But we can definitely take some pointers that we heard from here. And I think the lady there asked, should we take people from arts? Definitely we should. Our program is meant to be from lab to market. The program that we started with, a core program which is called Incubate, which we have still not found, let's say, a logical, sustainable conclusion today. Our talks with our secretary might yield something. So that's a focused program, modeled on an inspiring program that says how can scientists become relevant to the needs and asks of society. So that's why it is STEM to startup. Is there a need for people from non-STEM departments to come in? Arts, management? Well, medicine is there in some way. Medicine is part of science, so I guess it's there. I think answer is yes. I don't know, maybe if Desh allows, we should say STEAM to startup. That will become more inclusive. But our idea is not to, we are still lab-oriented, we're still science-oriented. the inclusion of people who are not from science, I think, is definitely required. You need co-founders who are of different mental mindset and so on. Particularly, I come from this institute and I speak for a lot of my classmates and other people. We're all left-brained. The last day of our engineering college, I don't know, Srinath, whether you remember. Srinath is my classmate and partner in crime from mechanical engineering in 1984 batch. And our head of department kept us in the central lecture theatre here and said, look, what did you learn? What did we teach you? So everyone said machine dynamics, heat transfer, thermodynamics. He says, we didn't teach you all this. If we taught you how to think, I think we have done our job. I don't know if you remember Professor Mareshwaran, he said this. If we taught you how to think, we've done our job. And therefore, I think that maxim comes back to startups. I think founders need to know how to think. I think the panel here also very eloquently was, and I think Sudhir was very saying, you can't teach everything because it keeps changing all the time. And I think we have a maxim in GDC where we say we don't teach people, we don't give them a fish. Everybody has a startup. How do I solve this problem? Who's my customer? How do I play? You can have any question you want. Figure out the answer yourself. We can prod you along, guide you along, push you along, pull you along, whatever. But we teach you how to fish. And I think that's the basic thing that we can do, because the journey to startup is a long one, lot of hurdles. You got to figure that out. So our job in the startup, in GDC, very narrow area is how to fish. And I think in an academic institution, it's the same thing. You learn to learn. I think Vibor, your colleague, asked that question very loud. How can we learn about drones? Nobody teaches us drones. Nobody will teach you about drones. Right? You got to learn how to learn. That's all. And so, Varadarajan, your question, I think our program was very limited. As I said, we set out to solve a small problem. But we see entrepreneurs in residence. The need to find co-founders with different skill sets is required. So I think the Incubate program, at the end of it, particularly in the programs that we are now remodeling and launching, in some are fine-tuning and launching, I think we are urging people to ask that question. Before you go forward, do you feel the need to get a co-founder, and have you figured out how to get a co-founder? The fact that we need a minimum of 3 people, 3 entrepreneurial leads to come on to an incubate cohort is that entrepreneurship is not a solo act. Right? It is done by co-founders. You get them from the same institute, even then they are different. Should there be art? Should there be science? I think that's okay. It depends how your brain is wired. It's very hard for us to put that brain out. But just taking the cue from Professor Rao here, how difficult is it to say co-founder required who has no left brain? I only want right brain. I have enough of the other one. You put that out. You might get somebody. So we don't see that as a requirement. But I think if we guide people to say you need co-founders who think differently from yours, can complement you, can challenge you, and somebody you have to fight with even to get basic decisions right, I think that's a good input that we can give. And going further would become, I guess, very prescriptive. Anyway, that's long and short of it. I think our attempt to put this together was, get, as I said, policy makers and government, which we got in enough measure. I think we've got a lot of inputs today. And I think there's an invitation from everybody to contribute back. I'm expecting 100 letters to go to DST now, saying we want this, we want that. So be it. I think we got people from industry, or from entrepreneur side, to come and talk about what is required to push academic research into the marketplace. And we got somebody from academia, and I think a lot of questions came from that. So our whole idea is to see how can we keep stirring the pot, make it better. At the end of the day, as I said, we want to answer 2 questions. How do we make people in academia more entrepreneurial? I think the point brought out again in this panel, our job is not to make entrepreneurs in that sense. If we make people more entrepreneurial, even a faculty, as I keep saying, needs to be more entrepreneurial. You need to raise money to run your lab. You need to get projects. You need to figure out the best PhDs. These are entrepreneurial decisions. These are not academic decisions. So I think, how do you find a founder to run a startup that translates my research. That's an entrepreneurial job. It's not an academic job. It's not to take the next PhD you have and slot him into that. It doesn't work that way. So I think our job is to try to make people think in an entrepreneurial manner, whether you're an academic, whether you're a corporate career seeker, or whether you're an entrepreneur. It doesn't matter. And the second is something about business. I take a statement that Professor Rao made here. There's a lot of need but no demand. Sometimes I feel the same for GDC. Really, we want to run. Today we run 10 cohorts a year, and yesterday Desh was asking, how many startups do you do? I said, we do 100 startups. Can you do 200 startups? I said, we have to hire, but I don't know if there are 200 startups who will come and enroll with us. That's the problem. So there's a need, but there's no demand. Faculty are afraid. Somebody asked the question, faculty are unwilling to come and try. We try to make it easy for them to experiment and fail. I don't even want to use the word fail, but let's say that doesn't work, let's try something else. That's thinking entrepreneurially. Yeah? So that's where GDC is. But I'm very enthused by what we have heard today, the response that has happened. Even late in the day, people are coming and asking questions. We let the time run. We let the time run because we thought it's a good avenue, good forum for people to air their questions, and we are thankful to everyone who did that. Really, I have to thank everyone who's taken the time out, particularly people who have traveled from far, come here. We have to thank all our speakers in particular. All of them have come from outside. They have had to, I know they've had to, they had conflicting schedules, and they did that. They prioritize our program for that, and I'm grateful to all of them, to each one of them for that. I'm grateful to Dr. Karandikar, who we were afraid, whether the weather god would play bad with us. Yesterday was a mess of flights, but today when the flight took off at 7:45, I said, okay, we are in good territory today. So I think a lot of things have aligned for us today, and I hope that a lot of new thoughts that we have shared or have got created, all of us will take them back and we'll make a more entrepreneurial India. Thank you very much. Enjoy your tea and enjoy the rest of your day.
2 minutes. Two more people together. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you, Raghu. I'll take 2 more minutes to thank a few more people who made this event, how it has turned out to be. And we had the support of the students team, ESL team and Research Scholars team. They did a wonderful job of helping us out in getting all these elements into place. Spontaneously jumped into the action and got the whole thing done really. We also want to thank Mr. Kannan Krishnamurthy and ICSR staff who made this event a wonderful event here. And last but not least, our team colleagues from GDC who really slogged it out for days together to make this happen. And of course, all the participants and the speakers, they all made this event a wonderful event. And we conclude the day's symposium and with a national anthem being played. Can we have the national anthem, please?
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. I forgot to thank the exhibitors who did a wonderful job of traveling all over the country and then putting up the exhibit here. And we break now for tea in the adjoining hall. And the exhibitions are open for you to spend some time and network among yourselves. Thank you. Great job done.